Good morning to everyone, and welcome to this conference on the Making Green Finance a Reality in the Baltics, organized by the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Lithuania, the European Court of Auditors, and the Association of Lithuanian Banks. Thank you to everyone for being here today in Vilnius, but also for those of you who join us live through the streaming on the conference's website. One short housekeeping rule: there will be photographers in the room. If you do not wish to be on the pictures, please let the organizational staff know. Same thing when the Q&A sessions will happen during the different panel sessions. It is streamed, so you will appear on video. So keep that in mind, and if you do not wish that, please let the organizational staff know. And now, without further ado, to open this conference, it is my pleasure to welcome one of the few that has been able to adopt 2 state budgets in 1 year, Mrs. Gintarė Skaistė, Minister of Finance of the Republic of Lithuania. Madam Minister.
Yes, it's really nice to see you, and I would add that during my term, I'm in a Minister of Finance in 1.5 years. It's a 5th budget already, so the crisis, you can imagine how many crises are still there. So really nice to see you, everybody who's inside the building, and also those who are watching us online. I think we're meeting in extraordinary time because, as I said, there are many crises during this period, but mostly, I think, affected we are during this war for Russia's aggression against Ukraine. And maybe being there with our own problems is not so bad as being there with the situation that they do have there. So there are many turbulences really at this present time. What happens in Ukraine definitely affects not only Ukraine, but also the whole region, the whole continent. Lithuania is one of the countries, but I think the economy of European Union is affected at the same time. So what Lithuania saw many years ago, I may say that energy could be used as a weapon, as a threat, pushing countries to do same decisions. So now we're seeing that in this current situation, energy is used by Russia as a threat, as a weapon, and pushing countries to do their decisions not in the way they would like to, and not support Ukraine maybe as much as they would like to. And the sanctions are being implemented with a very hard decisions for the member states, just because they're not prepared as Lithuania did. So Lithuania is leading by example, I would say, because we know how our neighbors act, and we know that energy sector could be very vulnerable and could be affected by the political decisions of some countries. So I think the decisions of European Union to become a climate neutral continent in 2050 is really a good direction, but we must be more ambitious. And Lithuania has ambition to have the 93% of electricity from renewables already in 2030. I think it's really ambitious plan, and what we did previously in recent years to having LNG terminal decision in 2010. Now we have LNG terminal from 2014. Now we have interconnections with other countries with other energy sources. And I think it's really important to understand that all Europe must do the same. And Lithuania also has to lead the same direction. And these plans are really as ambitious, and also they are taking a lot of money. And it's for me as a Minister of Finance, it's really the issues that I care the most. So we are prepared the green finance action plan for Lithuania, and we counted how much money, how much funds do we need for implement these ambitious reforms that are, and to achieve these ambitious goals that we decided to achieve. So we need in upcoming period of time about 14 billion euros, and 10 billion euros would be dedicated from public funds, but at the same time we need 4 billion euros from private sector. And in that case, I think that coordination discussions with you also is really important, how to achieve these goals, how to attract the private funds to help achieving our goals, I think is really important. So I think today we will have very fruitful discussions with public sector, private sector, academia, and maybe we will find some ideas how to move forward faster, more ambitious, and just wish you all the very good conference. And at the same time, I would like to say thank you for other co-organizers, the European Court of Auditors and Lithuanian Banking Association for co-hosting this event. And let me wish you a nice event. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for these kind words. It's not a secret that the Prime Minister of Lithuania is a huge Metallica fan. So inspired by some song titles, we can say that she knows how to fight fire with fire, and when it is better to just turn the page. In turbulent times, when it seems that nothing else matters, green finance is a topic for the next generation EU. So it's my pleasure to welcome Ingrida Šimonytė, Prime Minister of the Republic of Lithuania.
That was a smart way to encourage me speaking. So, ladies and gentlemen, nice to welcome you here and also online. And it's my pleasure to welcome this conference. And I think that one of the sort of simple ways to address or to describe the current moment is to say that green is the new black. But of course it is much more complicated than that. And it's not just about the fashion. It's about the challenges that we face and questions that we have to answer and problems that we have to solve, not only tackling current crises, but also thinking about the long-term issues like climate change. Today we are facing an unprecedented situation, and I would refer to Metallica saying sad but true. And those crises are to a very large scale interwoven. We just are in a third year, I assume, of a COVID pandemic, knowing some things, knowing how to sort out some of the issues, but not having full answers yet. At the same time, we know that we have a long-term challenge of climate change and the war against Ukraine. Coping with all those challenges is requiring a unified and a shared approach, I would say. And by sorting out those issues at the same time, of course, it is very complicated to stay vigilant, not to overlook the most important things, not to subdue to some seduction to look for a simple solution to very complicated actions or to very complicated challenges. EU's goal to become world first climate neutral economy or continent economy by 2050 is a very ambitious goal, and of course Lithuania fully shares that. And we believe that this green transition is not only needed to strengthen economic resilience and not only to reduce the dependency on fossil fuels, but it also has a very important geopolitical dimension. Decoupling from Russian oil, gas, and electricity that proved to be rather a weapon but not a resource, is a very important goal at the same time. And we are fully aware that this green transition is not just about protection of climate, of nature, but also about independence and securing our economies for a very long time to come. Looking ahead, our country, as Gintarė mentioned, already is actively working towards ensuring energy independence and fully transitioning to renewables by 2050. But as we've proved by our own example, in order to be somewhere at some point of time, like in order to be able to disconnect or fully decouple from Russian gas in 2022, you need to have it prepared. And sometimes you need to have it prepared for a very long time beforehand. And it does not only mean the preparatory works, the building of infrastructure, investing into right and proper solutions, but also diagnosing the situation right. That's why I keep saying that at the current moment, where there are so many crises that are looming at the same time, including the impact of war against Ukraine on our economies, on our price levels, on levels of food prices or energy prices or household bills, it is very important not to be seduced by a temptation to look for a simple answer and maybe not to press ourselves so much in order to decouple faster rather than later, as some people or politicians would intuitively suggest, because, you know, there are already so many problems around, why should we look for more? But this is a wrong diagnosis, and I think that we've proved by our own example how important it is to make a right diagnosis at the right time, because then you need quite a sufficient or quite a substantial time frame to invest and to implement decisions and find the right solutions. We think that this whole process of switching to climate neutral economy is not just a challenge, it's also an opportunity. It's also an opportunity for countries like Lithuania. And we think that those very ambitious goals will also not only create costs, but also creates new jobs, new technologies, and new products, and new way of living. Green economy and sustainable investments are very high among the priorities of our government. And we are ready to show the leadership through ambition measures that are embedded in our government program and basically agreed, coordinated with public businesses and municipalities. There is a need for economic instruments for greening our economy, climate neutral scenarios for each sector, substantial increase of green public procurement, financing of the transition to green technologies, and promoting behavioral changes in pursuit of a circular and climate neutral economy. That is last but not the least challenge for our countries. According to preliminary estimates in the National Energy Climate Plan, as Gintarė already mentioned, we are speaking about the pool of nearly 14 billion euros, where 10 billions can be committed by the public sector, and there are 4 more to come, which we hope to be mobilized in the private sector. And our national RRF plan, New Generation Lithuania, is focused on addressing long-term challenges, one of which is green transformation, as was set as a rule, as a precondition by European Union providing the funding for this ambitious plan. 43% of RRF funding will contribute directly or indirectly to the fight against the climate change. And additionally, around 6 billion euros of EU structural funds have been allocated to Lithuania over current financial period. And more than 2 billion euros of this funding are focused or have a focus on green transformation. However, public funding will never be enough to sort out all the problems that we are facing. So private resources must also be mobilized. This is where our country's prepared plan, an action plan on green finance comes in. In collaboration with our partners in European Commission and EBRD, recommendations have been developed to create a sustainable financial ecosystem in Lithuania and instruments for a wider range of investors, both domestic and international. A financial sector capable of mobilizing financing for climate-friendly investment will play a key role in contributing to green transition. So there is no doubt that green finance is an essential catalyst for our greener future. And I hope that this conference that is bringing together public and private sector and also other participants who are dedicated to finding solutions of those tremendous and huge challenges will also deliver productive discussions and joint problem solving. So I wish you a very interesting conference and very fruitful discussions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Prime Minister. One of the key actors tackling the financial crisis over a decade ago as Prime Minister of Latvia, and now being one steering the union of the next generation EU, where the green finance is on top of the agenda, it is my pleasure for the keynote speech to welcome in a virtual way Mr. Valdis Dombrovskis, Executive Vice President of the European Commission responsible for economy that works for people and for trade.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to speak at your conference. I regret that I cannot be with you in person. We can all see how dramatically the geopolitical situation has changed in recent months. Russia's invasion of Ukraine continues to send shockwaves around the world. We need to keep supporting Ukraine and to keep putting pressure on Russia to end its aggression. Russia's aggression reinforced the need to end the EU's dependence on Russian fossil fuel imports as soon as possible. This is why we presented the Repower EU initiative. It aims to accelerate achieving our independence from Russian energy way before 2030, to diversify our energy mix and promote renewables. The new geopolitical reality adds to the urgency of making the transition towards a greener and more resilient economy. Tackling climate change is not only necessary for the planet. It is also a great economic opportunity, particularly at such a difficult time for economies across the world. It is a chance for EU businesses to use their first-mover advantage when they compete for developing the global clean technology market. But taking long-term action required is not cheap. It calls for a great deal of investment. In Europe, we are dedicating large amounts of public money to support sustainable investments. However, that will not be enough to reach our goals and ambitions. We need to align all financial flows, public and private, domestic and international, to our climate objectives. In the recovery and resilience plans, the Baltic countries already devote a significant share of spending to their own green transitions and to climate-related challenges. We now invite member states to update their plans to reflect the objectives of the Repower EU initiative. Let me offer a region-specific example of public support for a green transition. The Nordic Investment Bank has issued environmental bonds. The proceeds will be used to finance green loans in Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania. All three countries are now members of the network of central banks and supervisors for greening the financial system. But financing the green transition will mainly come from private sector. This is why we need sustainable finance. It will help channel private investments into sustainable activities. In the Baltic countries, the private sector is pressing ahead in this area. While the region's financial markets are limited in size, their total green bond in issuance exceeds 1 billion euros. Lithuania is in the lead. The EBRD, for example, with its strong credentials as a green investor, successfully acted as an anchor investor in recent Latvian and Lithuanian green bond issues. This positive trend needs to continue in the future. It is where the proposed EU green bond standard can help to reinforce the developments and growth we have seen in this market. In addition, pioneering initiatives such as a pan-Baltic capital market are pointing in the right direction. They will help to develop local capital markets, including for green finance. They should also attract other investors to fund the transition to a low-carbon economy more efficiently. This kind of regional cooperation will allow for a more productive and innovative use of private capital for more financing opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, the EU's taxonomy regulation is at the heart of our sustainable finance agenda. It aims to protect investors against greenwashing and to help companies get the funding they need to become more climate-friendly. Regarding information about companies' climate and environmental performance, at the moment there are multiple standards, formats, and expectations. It is all inconsistent, confusing, and costly. This problem will get worse if we do not act. So the Commission has proposed a Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive now being negotiated. Its reporting standards will make sure that a clear, comparable, and accessible information is available to investors. They will be compatible with international standards now being developed and will build on them. Besides corporate disclosures, the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation governs how financial intermediaries provide information about the sustainability performance of their investment products. And when providing investment advice, the investor's sustainability preferences will have to be taken into account under the Markets in Financial Instruments Directive. Most companies, institutions, and sectors will not be able to make the transition to sustainability in one simple step. It must be a longer process. However, that does not mean that we have time to act later. We have to act now. Companies can use existing policy tools, such as a taxonomy regulation, to plan their transition. Investors can use them to help finance the transition to green activities. For example, capital expenditure plans are seen as taxonomy aligned if they help an activity to reach the taxonomy sustainability criteria, typically over a 5-year period. Investors will also have an incentive to pay attention to sustainability factors, given that they will disclose sustainability impacts of those investments, positive as well as negative. Sustainable finance is not only about helping companies that are already green. It is also about all the others that still need to plan their transition and move towards sustainability. And it is a major opportunity for all EU member states, including the Baltic countries, to transform their financial systems and support their economies in the green transition. Thank you.
Well, a virtual thank you to Vice President Dombrovskis, and also thank you to Prime Minister, who has to leave us to attend State Matters. Thank you for having been with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to start our panel discussions, and the first one will focus on the EU and international aspects of the green transition, and will look at the role of the financial sector in the new economy. Panelists will look at where we stand today and what challenges lie ahead with the future plans for Europe. They will address the global perspective and the geopolitical situation, its ambition, and possible ways forward. So I invite the panelists to the to the stage. To moderate this panel discussion, we welcome David Wright, current president of Eurofi, the European Financial Services think tank, and a specialist partner of Flint Global, a strategic business consultancy based in London, providing advice on international policy and regulatory developments for financial services clients. David joined Flint after over 34 years at the European Commission in Brussels. From 2000 to 2010, he was first director, then Deputy Director General for Financial Services Policy, where he played a leading role in the integration of European capital markets and the EU's response to the financial crisis. He was a rapporteur on both the Lamfalussy and the Larosière committees, which changed the EU's institutional framework for financial services, setting up bodies such as the European Banking Authority, the European Securities and Markets Authority, the European Insurance and Occupational Pensions Authority, and the European Systemic Risk Board at the European Central Bank. David has unrivaled international regulatory experience in financial services. After leaving the European Commission, he was the Secretary General of the International Organization of Securities Commissions from 2012 to 2016. He has also represented the European Commission and the OSCO at the Financial Stability Board and led the EU-US financial markets regulatory dialogue for many years. David, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for that very kind introduction. I'm really honored and privileged to be here for the second year. I have here a panel which, if I was in heaven and I had to select them, I would select these people because all of them are exceptionally talented but exceptionally knowledgeable about the issues we're going to discuss. And just to repeat what the Prime Minister said, that green finance, this transition to green finance, is a critical element of building the new economy. So on my far left, on my left here is Rimantas Satyut, former member of, former finance minister of your country. To his left, Mahmoud Pradhan from the IMF, exceptionally knowledgeable and a great European expert. To my left here, Mario Nava, the Director General of the department in the Commission, which is planning and helping member states with the new European programs, economic transitional programs, an extraordinarily important role. To my right, of course, very well known to everybody in your country, is Gintare Skeste, the Minister of Finance of your country, and you've already heard from her, but we want to hear more. And to her right, Natasha Kazanov, the Executive Director of ESMA, an absolutely outstanding appointment by the European authorities. So we're going to debate 4 sets of issues in the time we have. And of course, I forgot, we have Dr. Werner Hoyer, the president of the European. To you, of course, as well. So we're going to debate 4 sets of issues. First of all, where are we today? How is green finance evolving? Is it evolving fast enough? Second, the major challenges ahead. And we've already heard some of them this morning. Thirdly, how are events today, the geopolitical events we're all aware of, impacting on these developments? Are we seeing things pushed back? Are we seeing things accelerated? Mahmoud will take us through that set of debate. And then the Minister of Finance will talk about what this means for your country and how you can be a leader in the transition and using green finance for the new economy. So where do we stand today, ladies and gentlemen? And we want to hear your questions, by the way, so please prepare them. I'm going to be turning to everybody in about 3/4 of an hour or so. Rimantas, where are we today? Are we making progress?
Thank you, David. It is really a great challenge, personal challenge for me to start the discussion, because I believe when talking about where we stand, we should, in this very complicated area, we should study some terms first, some glossary of terms, because You know, one of the diseases of the European bureaucracy is addiction to abbreviations. And sometimes this could sound absolutely terribly and not understandable to the public. So I will introduce several concepts, but of course, auditors are not politicians. They are, so to say, measuring the temperature, the situation. Of course, we heard very good introductions from Madam Minister and especially from the Prime Minister. Of course, some overview from the European perspective, Valdis Dombrovskis. What the auditors see, and the main question is, are we dealing really with something important? Our concrete answer is yes. And we were quite pessimistic to study quite a number of areas, like greenhouse gas emissions dynamics in time, like, for example, situation with pollinators, which should ensure biodiversity. What we did else, we looked at the successes of green farming. They are not there, unfortunately. There's a huge amount of problems and many other things. Last but not least, desertification of land. And when we talk about green finance and green transition, of course, the first idea that comes to mind is climate. I should immediately make a reservation to that because this is not only climate, but this is, as I mentioned, prevention of the pollution. This is biodiversity. This is also circular economy, so coping with the great amounts of waste. And sustainable use of land. These are elements that are considered green. But the people went further. Just to see the climate, it is not enough. We, some time ago, we prepared a review on the bounds between climate issues and the energy sector. And it appears that influence on negative processes in the climate area by 70% come from energy sector. The second largest, but less than 70%, of course, influence is farming, is agriculture. So these are very connected things. One of the lessons of presenting this report where another finding was that accommodation costs that will come inevitably for the time being are not yet planned, and probably public sector will have to do that. At the committee of the European Parliament, our reporting member was lambasted. People started shouting at him, telling, look, we have 2 years of our term left. You should tell Court of Auditors what we have to do. Our idea is that without long-term thinking, you can forget the really constructive discussion on this issue. Plus, ESG, this will sound quite a number of times. This abbreviation means ecology, social aspect, and governance. ESG. ESG can be ESG criteria, ESG aspects, ESG concepts, all kinds of words. But please, I ask the audience to memorize this abbreviation because I'm sure Natasha will tell much more about that. And the issues are interconnected. Ecology, climate and ecology is quite interconnected with the social issues where coping with the climate change, as Prime Minister just said, we have difficult choices to make. And somehow think how socially high society will be feeling. Governance, without proper governance, very simple example. If you have a very good green project, but you don't have a possibility to implement it fast, you will get never. And if you then classify the activities, this classification sometimes gives very funny results. Recently, there was one of the many ratings of Standard & Poor's of the best ESG firms, and from the first part of the rating disappeared one important firm, which is called Tesla. They were so unhappy, so unhappy. But the fact is fact. They are really green from climate perspective. They are socially not very good, and there are examples of very recent, yesterday's example, how Elon Musk asked everybody to come to the offices, otherwise they will be fired. And with the governance, they have problems. On the other hand, ExxonMobil, which is an oil company, got to the up. So this is an illustration that there are no absolute measure for these things, but we need it. Another word that I have to introduce is taxonomy. Valdis Dombrovskis already mentioned. What is taxonomy? I think this requires some explanation. Taxonomy of climate influences was introduced by the European Regulation 2020. And then the Commission has the task to specify, and it lists climate issues, biodiversity, all these issues that I already mentioned. So quite a number. Taxonomy is classification, simply a classification. Now, this classification should be supplied with the criteria how to assign the businesses to climate friendly or not. And here, one also interesting problem arose. Valdis Dombrovskis mentioned that transition. Now the discussion continues whether nuclear energy in the energy sector, and we will be talking probably about the energy duly so because it is 70% of climate. Is it green or not? Political discussion, almost at the level of the religion. Gas, probably this is fossil fuel, and in Lithuania, nobody asks any questions, but in many European countries, this is transition from coal. Should we eliminate it? So this is not very clear. Now, this brings me to the very important issue where auditors do their work, transparency. Of course, if we want the green economy to function, we should understand what the green economy is, and then we should be able to check the project is green or not. And here, another term, another buzzword is greenwashing. Greenwashing, this is false reporting of greenliness of the project, which was not very true. My friend Mario will not be very happy. I can tell you that we just published the reports on Monday, and we counted the money spent by the European Commission from European budget to the climate issues. It was Juncker's Commission ambition, €1.05 should be spent on climate. And they reported, the Commission reported, okay, the goal is there, we reached it, 20%, 0.1/10. The auditors recounted it, and only 13% were left. So this is a problem in the public sector, but the same problem is in the private sector. ESG ratings is something that people understand should measure the business activities. European Parliament asked us, look, could you look into ESG ratings functioning and supervision? Could you do that audit? And we had to respond that no, unfortunately, because there is no regulation and no supervision. Natasha knows this better, and I think she could tell this much better. Now, the last but not least, probably, what we need. Of course, we need activities of the public sector, and here I should not forget to mention what we also found, that the public sector, and especially our auditees, European Commission and also EIB, did a lot, an immense lot of work. But they don't have absolute power. This is a catalyzer, a catalyst for the processes, and the processes should take place in the capital markets. And it's very important. The 4 billion, or even, I think, even more, that Lithuanian government is needed to implement the NGEU plan, or New Generation Lithuanian plan, should come from the capital markets. But here I will stop because in last conference we already discussed that the proper way forward would be pan-Baltic capital market. And I would wish the big success to that market. And the public sector, I think, will do all we can to support this market. So, David, back to you.
Well,
just
you.
an overview, very, very fragmented still.
Well, you've set the scene very well, Rimantas, and I was listening in Brussels the day before yesterday to Commissioner Gentiloni, who's responsible for the macroeconomic work in the Commission, and he said 650 billion euros a year are going to be needed to finance the new economy. He called it the new economy, digital, environmental transition. And now, of course, we have the exit from Russian hydrocarbons to add on the top of that. But if we're going to succeed here, we're going to need incentives and the financial sector to really buy into this agenda. We're going to need public sector standards. Natasha, tell us, in your important role in the European Securities Markets Authority in Paris, do you see a changing mentality in the financial sector? Do you see these standards emerging so everybody knows what they can invest in and not invest in?
Thank you, David. And first, I wanted to thank the organizers for the opportunity to be here. It's really a great honor. And thanks again. I'm really delighted to be here in Vilnius for this conference. I think maybe one word on ESMA, so the European Securities and Markets Authority. We are a technical EU agency, and our role is to provide technical advice to the European institutions and primarily the European Commission. And our mission, our overarching mission, is to enhance investor protection and promote stable and orderly markets. In that context, sustainable finance is core to our mandate, and it's been in recent change in regulation embedded in what we have to do. So we are supposed to take into consideration ESG factors in everything we do. So we try to promote environmental, social, and governance factors, which is quite challenging. In a nutshell, the way we do that is we had a first sustainable finance strategy back in 2020 that we already had to update, and now we have a sustainable finance roadmap for the coming 3 years, and I'll just try to explain how we're going to do this here. Before I go into what we do in practice, I wanted to connect the dots with what we heard before. And the Prime Minister, I think, set the scene very well in terms of what is the overarching goal? What are we trying to achieve, and how ambitious the EU agenda is and how challenging it is, and how we're going to actually get there medium term. And we need a proper plan and proper financing. And so the financial sector has a very clear role to play to contribute and make sure we actually shift to a more sustainable economy that cannot be done only by public authorities. And then Commissioner Dombrovskis actually explained how the Commission has been going about this in a very structured and gradual way, going through the whole investment value chain. So we did it a bit upside down. We started with disclosure for financial market participants, but now we're going back into the right place and to corporate sustainability reporting. So making sure we know how firms actually pollute or don't pollute, or what their footprint is, or what are their E, S, and G factors. And it's a very challenging exercise to do, so that's still being negotiated, but the speed at which we're thinking about having reporting standards in the sustainable space compared to the time it took us to do it in the financial accounting space is quite impressive. So the impetus is there, and we're going to get there. So what can ESMA do? In our roadmap, we are the technical experts. So we contribute at a lower level. We're not a political body, but we try to help the 27 member states get on that journey and accomplish that roadmap that the Commission has developed. So how do we do this? We have 3 key priorities, and I will maybe emphasize more the first. The first one is preventing greenwashing and promoting transparency. What does that mean? It means making sure we contribute to having proper standards, so there's reliable and comparable information for investors or financial sector to know what firms do or don't do. It's also greenwashing, because if we want to make this shift, we want to make sure we preserve the trust in the financial system. And therefore, the worst that could happen is that in this very rapid change, we actually have people who disconnect the promise from what actually they are delivering. So if you have a fund that is sold to investors that says this is climate change fund A, and at the end it's just investing in secondary markets in usual blue chips, then you lose trust at the end of the day, because the investor thought he was going to actually have an impact. So we work a lot on that area. The second priority is in the area of building capacity. We have to be humble in this space, and none of our people were used to talk about these topics, so we need to build capacity in-house and with national authorities. And the third one is to be able to monitor risks and actually understand what this means. So individual at firm level, at macro level, and at a systemic risk level. So making sure we understand these shifts, which can actually be quite material, both physical risk and financial market risks. One more word on the greenwashing and the way we're doing this. I think what's important is to keep in mind the challenges we have here. So great opportunity, European leadership, structure, but at the end, all these buzzwords and multiple regulations coming in creates a huge complexity. So, David, do people know what they can or they cannot do? We're still in the middle. So at our level, as a European agency, we try to provide practical, pragmatic guidance. So I know people sometimes actually think we are not doing it well enough and we're not going far enough. But actually the ambition is to provide practical guidance, Q&As, bring all the NCAs around the table, foster convergence and consistent ways of doing things. And we want to make sure we are inclusive and open to different needs in different markets. So here we talked about having a pan-Baltic markets, whether that's the need, very different from what we would hear in Germany or in other places across the EU. So it's important that we can provide that guidance. The other challenge we have is the speed. So we need to be mindful that this shift is so rapid. There is momentum, there is demand, but there's also a quick shift in the market. How do we go about this? We just need to accept that we're on this transition phase. It's going to be a bit bumpy, especially with the geopolitical conditions and inflation, but we need to accept we are on that journey and we will try to contribute at our level to provide pragmatic, practical solutions. And then we also need to think about international consistency, because in this journey, Europe clearly has a leadership role, but many other, and it's a very good thing, many other places in the world are also embarking on this journey. And for firms, there needs to be some consistency. So at European level, we're also having a dialogue with other authorities across the globe, notably in the US, to see how we can reconcile these different agendas. So huge opportunity, huge challenges, but we really can't really afford to fail. So collectively, we're trying to make sure we can get it right.
Before we hear from Dr. Van Hoya from the EIB, you would judge this as irreversible. You would judge, even though we are in a transitional phase, which is difficult, because transition is difficult, you would judge that the financial sector gets it, that we're moving on an irreversible path here?
So it's hard to say because I've heard both. I've heard some people tell me in the current situation we might be going back to basics and fundamentals. But what we hear most is actually, yes, a fundamental change. Because the mindset also of the investors, the fact that actually climate change is real, so it does have a material impact on businesses, on the way they develop their business models and what it means for them in the future. And so the financial sector is just mirroring that and has to respond to that need. So I'm more in that camp on a personal front, that it's there, it's real, and so we just need to adjust.
So Werner, warm welcome here. We're very anxious to hear how your incredibly important institution in the European Union is accompanying this transition. You have a key role in building, not just through financing, but building support right across the Union for this transition. How are you getting on? Are you seeing irreversible change? Tell us your views. Thank you.
Thank you, David, and thank you very much for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be with you, even only virtually. Well, we have been the avant-garde in green finance a long time ago, and we have learned a lot during that time, and I'd like to share some of the learning experiences with you. While mobilizing green finance has been challenging over the past decades, it has become even more challenging after COVID-19 and Russia's appalling war on Ukraine. So this double shock, which has sent us on a roller coaster ride for the last 2.5 years. Russia's breach of international laws and Putin's contempt for human life have shaken the multilateral system and our economies to the core. And I think few of us would have had imagined that one day the destruction of the fruits of decades of development policy, for instance, or the return of hunger as a weapon would be possible. And today it is possible. It's a reality. The future of our planet and the fight against climate change, even access to food and energy, are in jeopardy as a result of this war at our doorstep. Despite this dramatic situation that we all face, we cannot afford to lose focus on our fight against climate change. There is only little time left to avoid a planetary crisis that will be more disruptive than anything that we have experienced in the recent years. So we need to act with determination and with speed on all these fronts, because this war reveals strategic gaps in the EU. What this crisis has done was to make a clear wake-up call that we need to close the strategic gaps and become independent of Russian energy supplies as quickly as possible. And I'm optimistic. I'm convinced that in the coming weeks and months, the EU will not only double down on its resolve vis-à-vis Russia, but show the same determination also with regard to many of the other serious challenges. From economic stagnation to climate change and the still lingering pandemic, it's not over, that we are facing today. And the EU Bank, especially as the EU's climate bank, will play its part in this. We will be looking at it, in my view, is nothing short of a quantum leap in European determination to take their destiny into their own hands. Investments in European technology or technological leadership, energy security, and strategic autonomy will be front and center of our endeavor. And what this will take is massive investments in new technologies and infrastructure. And this is where the challenge lies. How can we mobilize the necessary resources for these projects, especially if we can no longer simply rely on low interest rates or even greater debt? So let me give you 3 examples of how we as the EU Climate Bank approach this issue and help to bring green finance to the levels we need. First example, green bonds to increase the overall volume of available financing. We were the first issue of green bonds in 2007. At the time, people thought we were lunatics. Today, the market is worth more than 1 trillion euros. The idea behind green bonds is very simple. There are ever more people who are not only looking into many a good return on their investment, but who also want to be sure that the money they invest goes to sustainable projects. And this is why our services have worked from the very first day on clear and transparent rules, which also fed into the new EU taxonomy, and we are advocating for global standards as well. This issue is of crucial importance, not for ideological reasons or because of political desirability, but because institutions like ours are totally dependent on the trust of the capital markets. If we don't convince our investors that what is labeled green contains green, they will run away. And EIB, as the EU bank, will have to borrow each and every year 70 to 90 billion euros via our bond sales. That requires the trust of the investors. That's key. So this invention by the bank has done enormous good to challenging private funds into promising projects with a sustainability focus, and thereby making access to finance conditions for these projects easier. And the money is there. Let's not fool ourselves. If I talk to commercial bankers and asset managers, they tell me that their asset holders are expecting product offers that they can live with under an ESG label. Second example, we have to develop and commercialize green and clean technologies by taking some of the risk of private investors. Investment in green innovation technologies is key. Without new solutions, we will not be able to save our planet. To drive and accelerate their development, we need to rely more on new forms of public-private partnerships where the state takes on limited financing to de-risk projects with a particularly high socioeconomic impact, so mobilizing private capital. The advantage of such risk-sharing instruments, as they're often called, is that they are market-based. They harness the full range of creativity of the private sector and require only a small amount of public funds compared to the investments mobilized. On the basis of these guarantees, provided example by the European Commission, development banks then ensure that eligible projects continue financed despite extremely high risks and uncertainty, using very little public money in the end. This is an incredibly effective tool to unlock high-risk projects in green frontier technologies such as, for instance, green batteries or floating wind farms, which have the potential to meet the world's electricity needs 11 times over. Take the case of hydrogen. Here we too need to have the courage to invest a lot in public and private money right now, but also accept that some of it may be lost. That's the character of risk. This is, by the way, was exactly the case with the risk we took with the COVID-19 vaccines that we financed. And what a success, for instance, BioNTech became our client. This vaccine would not be on the table without the strong support of EIB and a long-standing relationship with that company. Third example, we provide the financial and technical expertise for concrete projects. So beyond this fundamental or systematic support for enabling green finance and driving technological solutions for the green transformation, EIB also finances concrete projects that have a very immediate effect. Take example in Lithuania, for example, EIB recently supported the district heating company of the city of Vilnius with a long-term loan of 43 million euros to finance investments to upgrade the heat distribution network and to construct a biomass boiler. We also backed the renovation of the water and wastewater infrastructures in the Vilnius metropolitan area with a loan of 20 million euros and contributed to the structuring jointly with the Lithuanian government of a fund of 1 billion euros to renovate multi-apartment building with large energy efficiency gains. So, looking forward, a concrete new initiative to drive the development and deployment of clean technologies, energy efficiency, and green projects here in Lithuania could be a pan-European guarantee fund, for instance, this time for climate investments to finance green projects. And this could be very similar to the European Guarantee Fund that successfully mobilized extra finance from the private sector of more than 150 million to support small and medium-sized companies hit by the pandemic here in Lithuania. So let's further develop our creativity and resolve and adopt somewhat like, let's say, a can-do approach. Yes, we can do it.
So, Werner, very much. Is this working now? Is this one working? Thank you very much, Werner, and it's really encouraging to hear that you believe the financial resources are there if they're channeled in the right way. Let's hear from Dr. Mario Nava, who is the Distinguished Director General for Structural Reform Support, the New Generation European programs. Now, Mario, I've known Mario for many years, and not only is he a top-class economist, but he's somebody who thinks 3 or 4 steps ahead, and that's what we want to hear, Mario. What are the big challenges here? How are we going to overcome them? And tell us your views here.
Thank you very much, David, and thank you very much, Minister and Remontats, for the invitation here. It's a great pleasure. Actually, if there is one thing that I find extremely fascinating about this point is that no matter what you're talking about, if you're talking about Next Generation EU, if you're talking about finance, if you're talking even about the ugly war of aggression of Russia to Ukraine, there is a point where you need to talk about the green transformation. I mean, this is at the center of what we are doing. And it's very clear. From every subject you touch, sooner or later, but rather sooner than later, you arrive to that point. Why you arrive to that point? That is one of the crucial point that I want to pass to you. When, in response to the pandemic, the European Union decided to launch the Next Generation EU, the Commission, discussion in Council and Parliament, and so on and on, the main topics was, of course, to rebuild. The COVID has been the major demand and supply shock of the last 100 years, but not only to rebuild, but to rebuild better. What does it mean to rebuild better? I think Dr. Hoyer gave us a hint. To rebuild better means to rebuild in a way that will work for the next 100 years. I mean, if we think our kids are born more or less in the year 2000, a bit earlier, a bit later. They will retire in 2070, 2008. They will need to find investment and assets that pay pensions in 2070 and 2080. Either this is green or digital, or forget. Is anybody in this room thinking that if you invest in fossil fuel, you pay a pension in 2070 or 2008? No, this is very clear, right? So I think there is this definite future view which has colored completely the next generation EU. Let me give you another simple argument, which I think the Prime Minister touched to it with great elegance, which is the 37% minimum spending in green and 20% minimum spending in digital, right? This is what the European Commission and the European Union agreed upon. Now, as many of you know, but it's worth emphasizing, the countries of Europe overshot both numbers. On average, the spending on green is 40%. Lithuania makes no exception. You heard it from the Prime Minister. On average, the number for digital is 26%. So this means overall, the countries of Europe, the member states, in their full freedom, because the 37 and 20 were only an inferior limit, in their full freedom they went above, and on aggregate, 66% is devoted to the twin transition. This tells you a lot about the public policy and about how public policy is made. Then there is a point which I think Vice President Dombrovskis highlighted very well, and the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance as well, is the link between the public policy and the private money, because it's evident that the public money will not suffice. So we need to find a way to, let me say, incentivize private money to arrive. I have been working on the taxonomy for many years. I have j'ai essuyé les critiques. I've taken all the critiques that was needed to take. But let us remember that when we do the taxonomy and when we talk with private money, we are out of the public powers to say what to do. We need to nudge members. We need to nudge stakeholders. We need to nudge investors. We need to incentivize them. It's a very delicate game to do. It's not as easy as issuing a public order. You need to put the conditions so that the investors come. And there, let us remember very simply, how did it go? Paris, COP 2015, great agreement. Few months later, geopolitics was different at that time than it is today, but a few months later, Europe was left in single company, so to speak, and we had to lead that for a number of years. We led them with the Green Deal. We launched the Green Deal a few years later. Then those who decided to move out of the COP in 2015 came back, but 4 or 5 years later. And in the meantime, we, as Europeans, took the leadership. What does it mean, taking the leadership? When I was still working in DG FISMA with David, and then the years afterwards, we went a number of times to the world, in Asia, in the United States, to make a pitch for investing in Europe. And what the people were saying is very much what Natasha said. When you speak to a room like this and you have in front of you 400 traders from Singapore and Hong Kong, what they ask you? They ask you simplicity. They ask you, tell me, if I want to invest green, what do I need to do? This is not a philosophical discussion, right? Tell me, is close to a 0-1 thing. Now, this is exactly why we went for a taxonomy which is binary. So it is a 0-1. Within the 1, there is the transition element. We have heard different views about what is transition or not. Let me remind you one thing, that when you say that something is transition, it means that there is an end date, right? So it means that you are moving from the current state to the future state, which is a bit, David, the question you asked to Natasha. And I think this is exactly how we have to take it. We are moving. Have we been successful in reorienting private finance to that? Well, yes, I'm very sorry, but the only reply can be yes. what Dr. Hoyer said. I mean, we issued green bonds, 12th of October. Go and see the book that for the green bonds we issued 11 times. 11 times, okay? We issued the green bonds 11 times. The book, the bid was 11 times, okay? So it's very difficult to claim that we weren't successful in taking that. And let me say another thing. When we issue the bonds, what are we doing? What we are basically saying to the market, you have seen our national plan for recovery and resilience? Good. You have seen our next generation EU? Good. Do you trust it? If they say yes, they give you money. If they say no, they turn away. The moment they give you money, this means we are doing a market test. And this is exactly what we have been doing. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we have been doing a market test. Incidentally, if you sum up the book, we could have already issued the all 750 billions. We decided not to do it for very good reasons, which is continuing the market test, but we are there. But then there is an issue which is really at the center of the work I do with my Directorate General, DG Reform, which is the issue of making sure that this policy, which is done at the European level, then comes down to each and every single member state. And I must say I was extremely grateful and also humbled to hear the Prime Minister mentioning the work that we have done in this country for the sustainable green finance strategy. Because that is exactly, if you want, the explanation, the demonstration of a commission that not only makes a policy and says what to do, but then supports member states in doing it. So we not only say what to do, but we support member states in moving it. And the national strategy for sustainable finance in this country, or the Pan-Baltic capital markets that my friend Rimantas mentioned and that you discussed last year, are all very, very clear examples of projects that go there. Let me close with another couple of points. First of all, as I said, you do policy and you end up speaking green. You look at external event, COVID, you end up speaking green. The war. We had the war. As you know, in the war, there are the two biggest urgencies that come out from the war are energy and migration, right? We have an incomparable number of people who are fleeing the country or that are internally displaced, and that is an enormous tragedy. And then we have the energy issue. Now, I think our biggest effort and probably our greatest success will be to be able to turn the challenge of that into a measure of opportunity. This country is showing the way. There is no doubt, and I think we are in the very right place to do this conference, because this country is showing the way of how from a challenge you actually jump. But other countries are coming. You have seen the Repower EU. In the Repower EU, again, in the logic of the Commission, not only telling but supporting, we as DG Reform have issued a dedicated call to member states in order to facilitate the decoupling from Russian fossil fuel. We are working with 18 member states, with the International Energy Agency for that. And I think if we as Europe, you ask David what Europe can do and what Europe is doing, I think if we as Europe, we continue to strive into transforming, every time we have a big challenge, into transforming in an opportunity to do what we know is the ultimate goal. This is called Next Generation EU, not for nothing. Is to make sure that we are able to pay a pension in 2070, right? I have 3 daughters. They will retire in 2070. I will not be there. I'd like to have a pension. And this is, I think, the reason why we shouldn't waste any single crisis for as dramatic as it is in these cases. As I said, great to hear this country moving out in 2030. There are a number of regions in Europe which have very similar ambitious objectives, and I think many countries will move to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mario. Quite inspiring comments. And let's turn to Mahmoud now. You're sitting above the global level. Here we have this terrible and unjust war in Ukraine. We have the post-COVID economic situation. We have interest rates rising, fears about even a recession. Do you see at the global level a slowdown in terms of green finance and this transition to the new economy? Or do you think it's business as usual? Give us your strategic views, Mahmoud.
Thank you. Thank you, David, and thank you, Romantis, and the organizers for inviting me. It's always a pleasure to be here. It's becoming regular. Let me talk a little bit about global trends in green finance to start with, and then I'll come back to some EU issues that we've already heard about. I think, and I'll focus a little bit on 2021 because that's the kind of reference year which is, I would say, relatively clean, not too influenced by current events and the war. As a summary, I think green finance is at the early stages, but it's definitely picking up. And I'm going to start with some broad numbers to give you a reference point. 2021 was a record year in issuance of green debt, globally I'm talking about now, about 1.6 trillion. And to give you a reference level, if you go back to a little bit before the pandemic, 2018 was 300 billion. So we are really picking up globally in terms of green finance. And I think other people have already talked about this. There is a huge demand from investors for green assets. I mean, Mario, you're 11 times oversubscribed. I remember it was a $12 billion issue. It was the largest green bond issue. And I was going to talk about it, but you've already mentioned it. So I just recognize that the EU, and I'll come back to these things. The EU, in terms of green finance, is very, very clearly globally in the lead. Okay, so even in 2021, when many other countries were picking up, many other regions, particularly Asia, the EU accounted for close to 45% of that 1.6 trillion globally. Okay, so it's very far ahead. But it's encouraging that globally we should be encouraged that that share falls because that means others are picking up, right? And it's a global challenge. So I'm focusing mostly on debt because equity issuance is a little bit more complicated, but it's much, much smaller. Okay, it's very small. In 2021, to give you an idea, globally equity issuance of ESG, or what we could put green labels on, was about 50 billion. Okay, so at the moment it's very small. But there are other avenues where equity matters, and this, Natasha, you already mentioned what fund managers are looking for in ESG assets, right? But before we get too excited, we should think about what does the world need in terms of green finance, okay? And there are many estimates. The IMF has just put out an estimate of what we need, both in terms of the reference, what is our goal in terms of ambition, whether you put the ambition of net zero that many countries have, or the Paris targets, etc. The world needs something like 3.3 trillion per year just to get to 2030. So we are at the early stages, okay? These are big numbers. It is important to know what that number means, and the first point, and this has been mentioned already by other speakers, the finance minister mentioned it this morning, all of this will require a very, very large amount. The lion's share will be the private sector. It will not be public sector, okay? And that's really what we need to talk about. How are we going to get there? And how does the private sector get incentivized? There is, in the numbers I gave you, this green bond or green finance. There are things, and Mario's example is a very good one, which is specifically a green bond which is tied to how the money is going to be used. There are many other things that classify as green finance, but they're not specifically green bonds. Sometimes we call them social bonds. They may qualify for ESG. To give you an example, the EU's SURE program is also in the green category, but we would call it more a social bond. Okay. So that's kind of just. I want to talk a little bit about the ESG classification. And one way to start with is green sustainable approximates to a label called ESG for the investors out there. Okay. There is a lot of ESG mislabeling, and we should be very clear about this and very honest. And I think President Hoyer pointed out very clearly, the reason it's important is you need investors' trust. Okay, both in the US and in Europe, you have seen recent very high-profile cases of regulators questioning ESG labels. Okay, and this is one big risk of not being able to generate the amounts we require, that if we don't pay more attention to how the quality of these labels and are they really accurate or not. One way to think about it is if you look at ESG scores that particular investments attract, and ESG scoring is done by many rating agencies and so on, there is two observations which are problematic. Okay? There is no correlation between the performance of companies or investments that attract high ESG scores versus low ESG scores. Low ESG scores often outperform and so on. Okay? These are early days, but these are important to remember. There is an even more worrying finding, which is if you ask, how does ESG score relate to emissions, which is ultimately what the aim is, okay? Even on that front, there is no correlation, which is worrying about what ESG labeling means. And it's just like the warning signs that we should pay attention to, okay? So that's kind of the caveats about ESG scores. Now, in 2020, there's another aspect about, now I'm going to talk a little bit about just what are the financial returns that investors are obtaining from ESG labeled assets, okay? In 2021, when the issuance was very high, the 1.6 trillion number I gave you, ESG assets very, very easily outperformed other assets, okay, by a very long way. And here I'm talking about ESG bonds, okay? And you ask the question, why? The part of the reason is that there was a very high demand for ESG assets. It wasn't the returns that those investments are yielding, but investors obtained returns because the prices of these assets, there's not enough ESG issuance, yet the demand is very high. So we should not be too misled by returns. If you look at this year, partly because of the effect of the current war, ESG assets are not outperforming this year, okay? But that's just a small note on performance, right? Now, I've already made the point that as we go forward, how do we attract more finance, okay? We need private finance. Other speakers haven't mentioned this yet, but the most important way that we're going to generate private finance, get ESG labeling right, we all accept that, I think. But the second most important thing is, what's the role of policy here? And here, the IMF and many economists have for a long time argued about carbon taxation, okay? You have to incentivize private investment in green things by making that return attractive. And you make that return on green investment attractive by making the return on the old fossil fuel, the things we don't want, less attractive. okay? Carbon taxation is really important for this. It's not just, carbon taxation obviously is important for reducing emissions, addressing climate change directly, but it's also a very important dimension of this. And here we are not making enough progress, and I'm talking about globally, okay? If we do not have some agreement globally, of course that's ambitious, but if we do not have some agreement globally on carbon taxation, we will inevitably end up with discussions which are really complex, and you know in the EU you are part of this discussion, which is carbon leakages, carbon arbitrage. How we're going to address this? We're going to address this through some kind of carbon border adjustment mechanisms, taxes. These things are not for the steady state. They are necessary to talk about now, so I'm not kind of making any detailed comments on the carbon border adjustment. In the steady state, we need to get somewhere else. We cannot rely globally on carbon border adjustment mechanisms. So what I'm talking about here, in the steady state in the long run, we will need a global agreement on a carbon price, a floor. Even within the EU, as you know, there are many countries that have more ambitious targets than others. If you look at this region, in the Nordic region, there are more ambitious targets on reducing emissions and therefore going for higher carbon taxes and so on than in some other countries in Europe. Globally, if we had an international floor, we would get to, in the long run, a point where we don't need to rely on carbon border adjustment mechanisms. Yeah. So that's kind of putting an ambition out there. I know in passing I should say, because this is important, that the EU's carbon border adjustment discussions, proposals that are going on are, according to the EU, WTO compliant. So that does help, though many things that are WTO compliant don't necessarily stop disputes going on, right? So that's you know. Now, let me turn a little bit to some things that we've already touched on. Taxonomies. Is there a global convergence on what's green and green standards? I think, again, I'm going to make the point that the motivation for this, the objectives for this convergence or taxonomies is really, again, about private finance. And there are three criteria here. One is climate disclosure standards, which is, you know, people need to know what is the obligation. I think we've already touched on that on companies. Climate finance taxonomies, and more important, to generate this private finance to attract it, we will need clarity on policies. And this is a discussion that is more difficult. We will need clarity on what are the climate policies of national countries, member states in the EU case? How does it affect potential returns? Carbon taxes is one, some kind of clarity on what carbon taxes will look like for a typical private investment horizon. How much is the public sector going to spend on, for example, green infrastructure, if you think about electric vehicles or charging infrastructure? All of these things have an implication, an impact on private finance. Now, taxonomies are currently, as far as we can tell, there are like 16 different taxonomies around the world between public and private sector. There are lots of taxonomies. The EU is very, very clearly in the lead. Okay, I mean, the EU, as Mario said, was way ahead of the others. There is a possibility that therefore the world converges on the EU, but I would caution that that is not a given. Fitch, for example, and this is just one report, last year had a report that cautioned that the EU is in the lead, but it doesn't mean the world will converge to this EU gold standard, right? And I think the cooperation between the EU and China, and now more recently with the EU and the US, on coming to some common understanding along these taxonomies is actually very encouraging, right? So that's Let me finish by just some brief remarks on how the EU itself is doing. So far, David, I've been talking about sort of global and where the EU is placed, but just looking at just the EU on its own, I've already mentioned the point that even within carbon taxation, there's quite a lot of dispersion in different degrees, different ambitions. The ETS cap and trade mechanism that the EU has used, it clearly is geared in the right direction, but a lot of the ETS, the floors as were the price mechanism, the prices are too low in some sense to really address carbon leakage, carbon emissions. The most important part here is, I think, what the EU is doing is what it's doing in the power sector. In particular, we're looking for more coming from renewables. Okay. Here, I think that in many countries, while the intention is correct, the permits process and the regulatory process is a bit too slow. That would change. There is a willingness of the private sector to invest, but they need to get through. They need to get regulation permits and so on. And we need, as I said earlier, clarity on policies. So that's where the important kind of issues. One final remark I'd say, and I'll come back to my earlier point, is that providing the public sector plays its role in facilitating this private investment, I think the amount of public resources required does not need to be that large. The demand for this green investment, I think, is very high. And I think other speakers have already said this, that there's, all we need is really clarity, labeling, and also policies that facilitate this. And that is more than just the kind of taxonomy and criteria, but it's also clarity on carbon policies, on climate policies, and the regulation hurdles and so on. David, let me stop there. Thank you. Thank you.
Very interesting remarks, Mahmoud. Now, before we hear your questions, we must, of course, hear from the Minister of Finance of your country, Jantari. You've heard all these comments, the importance of this. How are you going to make this country one of the leaders in this transition and on green finance? What are your plans?
I think, let's be frank, for us always it's what's more question of energy security than the question of economy or just having a climate change stopped, because previous all this situation when we started our energy independence processes, we paid for Gazprom gas much more than the other countries. So we just knew that Russia is using their fossil fuels as a weapon to make the countries do the decisions that they want to do and make pressure for the other countries. So the decisions that we decided to make, which was definitely related to the energy independence. Now we have the freedom to buy our energy sources whatever we want to. Where we want from. So we're not buying Russian gas, Russian electricity, Russian oil, but at the same time, the prices are very high because they're set in the international markets. So I think we need just to take the next step. And the green transition is really in line with this strategy, just because I think if you want to make people less for the energy sources, we have to maybe use less of this energy. So the transition means not only that we are not buying from Russia, but at the same time we have many possibilities to buy from, but at the same time we are producing from the renewables. That's why that means that we are producers. We can set the price at our home, at the same time to make people use less energy in their own houses. That means multi-apartment renovation projects and also other projects. But the green transition for us, it's mainly the challenge coming from our neighbors like Russia. And I think war situation just showed the importance of this green transition and the energy independence for many countries, not only for Lithuania. And I think that I'm very proud with decisions that were made in Lithuania many years ago. And I think in today's situation, many of the other European Union member states are very jealous for these decisions that were made many years ago. And now we have to move further together. And I think green transition is the only way, and this path, it's inevitable. And talking, if Lithuania can show the leadership in the situation, I think we have shown leadership in our energy independence process. So we have decision to buy our LNG terminal. Afterwards, we had the interconnections with other countries in Western Europe. And as I said, there is a small country but high ambitions, and at the same time we have another example. If we talk about the finance, we are a hub of fintech sector, and we just in 6 years, when the decision was made that it is our strategy, we became a hub of fintech companies in Europe, and now we have 265 fintech companies in Lithuania. So let's combine these two goals, maybe in energy independence, financial sector, and why not to become the green finance hub in this region at least. So I think that ambitions can be set up, and definitely there is a will from this government to pursue in this direction. And if talking what the government can do in the situation, there is two sides maybe for green finance. There's one side that is demand from the companies for this green finance, and the other side is supply, and the investors, they want to invest in the green. As you said, there are less risk in the longer term, maybe they want to invest. So what the government can do, maybe increase demand, maybe help in the supply side, and also to connect these both sides and to make the process easier. So what we're doing in the demand side, what government can do, you already talked about regulation and make the regulation and permissions easier for the companies that want to invest. So our government proposed recently, less than a month ago, a new proposal to the parliament how to make these renewables projects easier for those companies who want to invest. How to make these permission processes easier, faster, and I think it's the most important part of this transition. Because really it was a bottleneck, at least in our country. So what can we do more? So promoting green procurements also is the issue. I think all the European Union member states are doing the same, so it's not the exception, but really we do follow these recommendations. And tax policy, yes, it's really difficult, especially in this situation when we have really big inflation rates, and in Lithuania is one of the highest in European Union. We're second ones. And many countries are doing the reverse thing, because when previously we had ambition to increase excise duties for the fossil fuels, and now there is a backwards movement just because the prices for energy is so high that you just have pushed by the other countries that are implementing these decisions to do the same. I'm not doing the same, but really the pressure is very, very present in this current situation. So what we did proposed to the parliament some months ago, also to abolish some exceptions, some incentive on fossil fuels, and this proposal went from 2023 till 2025 transitory period, and also including additional elements into this taxation system, like a heating peat, also a CO2 component in 2025. And this proposal is in the parliament. I don't know what will happen, because it depends on the parliamentarians, and they are try to be very nice to everybody. So These decisions are not easy for the politicians, and you must understand that. But if we would agree in an international level to set at least a CO2 floor, it might be a solution, because if everybody does the same, so if the competition level is the same, and these decisions could be much easier for the politicians. Also, what governments can do, so also various other incentives, subsidies, and help for the companies to implement their green transition projects. From what can we do from the supply side? So I think there is a very important to develop the capital markets, and there is a very weak point, I would say, for our country, being a very small market. So the Bank of Lithuania just presented the Capital Market Development Action Plan, and I think it's very interesting and ambitious document, and there is some very important initiatives there. And also I think it's very important to also develop further developing of Baltic capital market that we have discussed in the previous conference. And also there are several initiatives in this plan. And what can we do as a government in intermediating between demand and supply side? So we, together with the European Commission and EBRD help, we prepared the green finance action plan. And there are several also very nice initiatives in this plan. So one of them is to have a Green Finance Institute. And when the plan will be adopted, I hope it will be adopted quite soon, because soon it will be presented to the government, and I hope it will be, without many discussions, will be adopted by the government. And if it will be adopted, we will have the Green Finance Institute, and I think it will help for this intermediate between private, public, maybe academia as well. And also what is in this plan is a database for sustainability data about the companies, about the possibilities where to invest and how to measure, is it green or is it not, because not everything is covered by the taxonomy. So I think it could be useful for the smaller companies as well. And also the last but not least, it's a raising of public awareness, because as I said, in Lithuania, main direction always was energy independence. So if we wanted to touch the other point, maybe climate issues, and maybe raise public awareness about the general goals of the society of the whole world, not our country. So the raising of public awareness is also very important in this very important part of this plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, and you're absolutely right. Linking, as Mario said, linking these different policy areas together will be a powerful driver of public policy. Now, let's have some questions from the audience. We have a gentleman here. Do we have a microphone for him? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Kęstutis Kupšys. I'm part of Lithuanian delegation in the European Economic and Social Committee, and I represent Lithuanian Consumers Alliance. So talking seriously about the role of the financial sector in the new economy, as this panel is titled, let's turn to the serious part of the financial sector, meaning that banking sector is definitely something like 80%. That's what European bank lobbyists like to stress all the time, that they provide 80% of all the financing for businesses. And of course, we all here around, we are so proud about Baltic capital markets, but majority of financing comes from banks. Yeah? We have, of course, the panel about it in the afternoon, but nevertheless, I would like to hear your remarks. We all know so well that there is high demand for investment, for capital provided to economy transition, but what's the role for the banking sector in general, not going into details, and perhaps some of the some of the panelists could respond to that. How to link that figure, which some of us may be proud of, 1 billion of green bonds, for example, 1 trillion of green bonds, and banking sector asset size, which is dozens of times higher, which has much larger impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take one or two other questions and package the replies. There's a gentleman at the back here, I think, who has his hand up on the left-hand side.
Yeah, we have a question.
Fine, go ahead.
Paulius Žurauskas, Luminor Markets. I just wanted to pick up a bit on Baltic capital markets and then invite dear Minister Gintarė Skaistė to talk a bit on the dialogue with colleagues from Latvia and Estonia, how it is ongoing. The idea took off a few years ago, and it's a great idea to have regulatory frameworks aligned across all Baltic countries. Frankly, so far we haven't seen much of progress. I can name a couple of examples. Covered bond framework has drifted in different directions. For example, Latvia has chosen SPV route, while Lithuania, Estonia has on-balance approach in terms of covered bond regulation. And another pain point is withholding tax. And honestly, I think it's even more tricky topic to discuss and align among countries. But and thirdly, ESG, right? Can it also become a common regulatory topic across Baltics? Because clearly we are tiny separately, and we are still very small together. But it's a very good idea to have a pan-Baltic capital markets.
Let's take. I think there was a question on the left. Yes, sir.
Tomo Hashimoto, Professor of Finance at ISM. You mentioned about greenwashing, and who's going to provide regulatory supervision? So, for example, is that going to be the ESMA style, where the member states and the European level institutions jointly provide the supervision, or would it be more like a competition policy or consumer protection, where the European Commission would have more hands-on approach? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's take those three questions, and thank you very much for them. Let's go around the panel, picking up various points, so we have to be very brief now. Natasha, any comments on these excellent questions?
So maybe to be brief, and given banks are not really in my remit, just to one point on which we're working on for the bank's role is in relation to distribution. So they do have a very important role in the distribution of investment products, and there the regulation at the EU level is trying to provide some guidance on what is expected in the interaction with the investor to make sure that there's proper alignment between what the offer is and what the investor is expecting. So that's underway, and that's a key role because in the EU, unlike other places in the world and in the US, for example, most of the investment products are channeled through the banking system. So that's something we're very, very careful about. On the rest, I'm not competent. I wanted to pick up on the last point on greenwashing, perhaps. There are various ways of tackling it. We talked a lot about it, but there are various dimensions. First is to make sure we have clear labels, clear rules at the outset, at the European level. So for the Baltics and hopefully for the 27. Then that we can make sure that practically on the ground, the way these rules are implemented are the same. And there ESMA also has a role here to foster supervisory conversions. And we are in this space putting the regulators around the table, asking them to bring practical cases to make sure the supervisors treat in the same way a given request. As I was saying, we have a very complex framework that's still in the making, so it makes it a bit challenging, but hopefully we're getting there. And then you're right, there is the last layer, which is actual enforcement of these rules. So today it's done at national level, and we are trying to help and support to have the same kind of practical discussions to make sure on the ground it's the same. I would just caveat there's one area where there can be directly EU role. that is in the area of ratings. It was touched upon a few times where it's not settled yet how that's going to be done. And ESMA has been advocating for a role, the same way we supervise credit rating agencies. It's one supervisor, only ESMA. This is maybe a space where it would be helpful to have an oversight at EU level with one way of ensuring reliability, consistency, comparability of at least transparency on the methodologies of how this is done on the ground, which would reduce the risks of greenwashing that you were mentioning.
Minister. On the capital market.
Yes, about the Baltic capital market. So maybe in some point yes, and in some point no, because definitely all those crises there brings attention to the other things, because you have to prepare the budgets, you have to fight the crisis, you have many things to do that are much more urgent. But at the same time, the three main initiatives, they're still there. So one of them was the acceleration fund. There was the decision from our side to participate there. The other one is to be seen the Baltics as a one region, but the decision is not ours. We just has this proposal, and we're just waiting for the decision, which must be made in the rating agencies. And the third one is covered bonds. The proposal is there, and we had it prepared by the Ministry of Finance. So all these things were coordinated between these three countries, Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania. But I think there is no silver bullet in this situation, and all these processes, at least they include three countries. So if you have additional ideas, all these ideas must be discussed and agreed upon these three countries. So the process is not very fast, but the ambition to have this capital market, Baltic capital market strengthened, it's still on our political agenda. But I agree in some point that maybe the focus was not in really at this point, at this present moment, just because of everything was happening around.
Just a closing thought from each of you, and then we really must close.
Okay, just probably to continue answering the question of Professor Hashimoto. When people had a mess with accounting and finances, they invented audit. Of course, my proposal would be to think about implementing mandatory audit in the reporting regulation, at least in the most important cases. For example, 2021, this would be a novelty, because 2021 more or less 500 largest US companies published their ESG data, but only 6% of them have been audited. So without mandatory audit, this doesn't work. Of course, this increases costs. This hugely increases costs and complexity, but probably in some cases it could be worth doing, because as it sounded around, trust probably is this silver bullet that should move all the engine forward.
I only have, for the first question, I agree with Natasha that banks, capital markets, because banks dominate in Europe, distribution is important. But I think just in terms of the numbers, I didn't specify this, but when you look at the overall issuance, if the EU as a whole in terms of green finance is currently at the pace of something 300-500 billion per year, okay, I don't think we should be too discouraged. That amount can be financed by capital markets. Okay, in the future, obviously, as we go along, capital markets union and a bigger role for capital markets will be important. But I don't think right now the amount of green finance that's being raised, this aspect of Europe about it dominated by a banking sector, is a serious constraint.
And just to add up on that, I think Vice President Dombrovskis gave already a reply when he mentioned about the importance of the rule on corporate disclosing, because that's what banks are looking at. So it's clearly distribution plus clear rules on corporate disclosing, and these are the channels for green investment.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor for me to chair this distinguished panel. I've learned a lot, and I hope you have. I want to make three very simple points. First of all, the strength of the European Union is when we work together, and you can see that, I think. Here we have a lot of common ground, a lot of convergence of thinking, but we have an awful lot of transitional issues which are still not completed. If Europe really wants to lead, it's got to complete these things. It's got to define the standards. It's got to implement the standards and get ahead. That's the first point. The second point, I think, is that you can all see how complicated and complex this is. All the different dimensions that we've talked about, the global dimensions, the local dimensions. This is not easy. But, and this is my final point, actually, and it's something Mario talked about. This is actually not just about today, it's about the future, and actually it's about something even more important, in my view. It's about ethics. It's about a fair society. I'm rather ashamed of my generation, to be honest, that I've passed on, my generation, I'm older than all of you, we've passed on debt, and we've passed on an environment which is in serious trouble. And so intergenerational equity, generation to generation, is actually the fundamentals, in my view, of what we're talking about. It's a fair society, not just in your country, not just in Europe, but around the world. And I think that's a very powerful concept, intergenerational equity. We all have a responsibility to do the job. Thank you all.
So coming back into the room. Very good. It's time for our second panel discussion. This one will be dedicated to share views on the current situation and challenges in the sustainable finance area in the Nordic-Baltic region. We will address the possibilities for the cooperation between Nordic-Baltic states, the need to look for synergies, and to combine the efforts addressing the challenges. We will address the activities of the international finance institutions and how they are fostering the green finance in the region. To moderate this panel discussion, we welcome Jim Turnbull, who joined the EBRD in 2011 and is a Deputy Director and Head of Product for the Capital and Financial Markets Development Department. He has over 30 years' experience in investment banking, pension investment, and funds management, having managed both debt and equity portfolios in emerging and developing markets. Jim led the project team that created and developed the highly successful Asian Bonds Online fixed income portal for the Asian Development Bank in 2003. He has significant in-country experience as team leader for a large number of capital markets, technical assistance projects for several international financial institutions, including projects in the Baltic focusing on pan-Baltic integration, institutional investor base expansion, and the development of new financial instruments, such as commercial paper and sustainable finance instruments. Between 2015 and 2020, he was an independent board member for the CSD Depozitarul Central in Romania. Jim has written extensively on the technical aspects of local capital market development in emerging markets and financial stability. Jim, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, that's fine. We've agreed that this is going to be a very friendly panel, which will save me the embarrassment of mispronouncing most people's last names. So we're very, very fortunate to have this highly qualified forum. You could actually look up the program and just see how awesome some of these people are. In fact, I feel quite embarrassed to be in the group. Firstly, we have Vida, who is the Vice Minister of Finance for Lithuania. We have Maya, who is the Director of Green Financial Systems for the EBRD. We have Atis, who's the Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Finance for Latvia. And we have Soren, who is the Vice President and Head of Lending at the NIB. So this is a panel that combines both policymakers and policymakers at the IFIs. So I think without further ado, we're going to get to the questions. We're going to try and be as succinct as possible to open up the forum for as many questions as possible. So keep them coming, keep them in mind. So as it's Lithuania, we should start with the Vice Minister. Vida, Lithuania was the first country within the EU to undertake a strategy for greening the financial system. Project under the auspices of Capital Market Union. Since then, we've seen Latvia, Estonia, Hungary and Poland follow the same path, as well as many of the countries in Western Europe. Can you provide the audience with a brief summary of the results of that project and the steps the Lithuanian Ministry of Finance is taking to implement the strategy? Are there any lessons to be learned by other countries before undertaking such a similar operation?
So, in the discussions before, you heard a lot about the challenges that we are facing now, the COVID outbreak, the climate change, the war in Ukraine, and actually greening the economy and greening the finance is the answer to these challenges. As mentioned before, Lithuania is intending to become the green finance hub. And it means that we want to create a favorable ecosystem. So it's not only just by having a plan and following the steps, but in order to make it effective, we have to have an ecosystem. We have to have a know-how of the participants. And as we discussed actually during the break with a colleague from Ministry of Environment, we have to ensure that public institutions and businesses that we speak the same language, and only then we can address the shared challenges that we are facing. So, of course, firstly, what we have to do with greening the finance is to have the political will, and to build that political will, we had a joint project with EBRD and the European Commission, and we got recommendations on how to make our financial system greener. And this contributes also to the European Union ambition of the Green Deal. So developing sustainable finance ecosystem in Europe is one of the cornerstones of delivering on the Green Deal. And before going into the details what our action plan says, I would just say as you asked, what are the recommendations to other countries. So when we are delivering green finance strategies, we have to understand that green finance is not a charity, or it's not a social activity. It's something that has to have a profit built into that, something that has economic rationale. And that is a very important aspect, because otherwise we just cannot make it. We calculated that in Lithuania, to reach our ambitious climate goals, we need 14 billion euros. We can provide 10 in public funds, but the rest, 4 billion euros, has to be attracted from private sector. That's why private sector has to see the rationale in it, and I strongly believe that there is a rationale into that. So what we just have to do is work together, involve the private sector to make them see the economic benefits in investing into green companies and invest in the greening the economy, because the other important aspect is that we have to not only invest into the companies that are new, green, and provide good technologies, but also to help those that are not green now to go along the path and become greener, and because otherwise we will not be able to follow our goals. So having said that, I want to move to what we are doing in the what actions we are planning in our Green Action Plan. So I think the two main elements is the first one is Green Finance Institute, and the second one is data. So talking about Green Finance Institute, we expect it to be like a facilitator between financial markets, institutions, and businesses, to provide know-how, to build the competences, and consult the market participants on how to develop some innovative financial instruments to finance the companies, and also to be as a kind of mediator between private sector and the public sector, because we don't want public sector with public funds to dominate to compete with private sector. So firstly, we have to know what is there in the market. So the Green Finance Institute is going to do that role. And then, of course, data is the key, and data in general is a very important policy block on our government in general, not talking only about the green, but in order to know what sort of decisions to make, what sort of companies we can fund, and so on, we need to have a database. And of course, we don't want to burden the companies even more with having to provide data. So we need to know what we already have, so that the companies just say once what they need to put once the data, and then it's available for everyone to take. Then for the data that is not there yet, they should have provided. And we are thinking about general sectoral data. Then we think about some sector specific data, like for example energy performance of the buildings, and then even enterprise specific data like their ESG strategies and their climate change targets and the results that they are achieving. And we think that this, of course, the plan is much longer and has much more elements, but these two main blocks would help us to create the ecosystem that I was talking about. And Lithuania already has a good experience with creating favorable ecosystems, like with fintech, that then can kind of sustain itself and grow by itself. Then talking about investments that public sector is taking, we just planned the next generation Lithuania investments, and out of 2 billion, almost half is going to the green projects. Talking about the next financial perspective, out of 6 billion, almost 2 billion are going into the green projects. So we are investing, I think, very generous amounts of public funds to green the economy. And what is important, how I like to say, we are trying to invest in a smart way. So it's not only by giving subsidies, but by using financial instruments. And I'm proud to say that Lithuania is one of the leaders in financial instruments in the Union. We use that a lot, and it allows us to invest money not only once, but we can also then attract funds from private sector and reuse it again. So we have a pool of funds that we can use and use again for the same goals as long as it's relevant. And renovation is one good example. We use financial instruments for that a lot. And just by finishing, I think as a state, as a government, it's important not only to preach, but also ourselves to practice what we preach. And if we say that we want the economy to become green, state is also a consumer. We spend almost 10% of our GDP in public procurement. So of course, we want then to have our public procurement green, and we have a goal to do it since 2023. So all public procurement since that time has to be green. And now we have interim targets. And if we compare in 2020, we had 5% of green public procurement, and now we are getting closer to already 20%. And of course, in the 2023, we'll have 100% of green public procurement. So just kind of summarizing my main points, it's essential to involve private sector in the green finance strategy, because it has an economic rationale, and it has to we have to live with that idea. It's not some sort of charity. And secondly, we have to act ourselves at all levels in a way that we strategize. So we also have to do all the actions that lead to our green ambitions. Thank you.
And at first hand, I can speak about the power of data for mobilizing private capital, because when we established Asian Bonds Online in Asia after the Asian crisis, it's actually credited with mobilizing a huge amount of capital into the Asian financial markets. So it's not an inconsequential initiative, and it's something that other areas should probably focus on. Now, Latvia is actually undertaking a very similar greening project. So across to you, Addis, how do you see this project supporting the Pan-Baltic Capital Market Initiative under CMU? And what level of alignment are you seeking with Estonia and Lithuania? Can the region do more to encourage sustainable investors and issuers to the region?
I will start with the obvious. There is no uniform and clear interpretation of what sustainability means. So I'm leading this to say thank you to DG Reform for starting up a project, a roadmap of taxonomy in Latvia and Estonia. I have been teaching in the business school, and it will give you slight etymology how sustainability has been viewed in the Baltics. Initially, when I was teaching MBAs and EMBAs, they would be saying, sustainability, how do you spell that? And usually people would have basic understanding of how things are done, just do it, and sustainability would be acquired taste, like in good wine. So some people would be sustainable because they are so enlightened. And in generally, that has continued. Why I'm telling this? I'm telling this because in the first panel, there was a question, is the Green Deal irreversible? Is it here to stay? And perhaps it is obvious from Brussels, but it's not as obvious from Latvia, because there are two different types of thinking that clash politically, and one is united we stand against any kind of problem, and on the other hand there is my local interest, Latvia first. And this is election year in Latvia, and taxonomy issue will be one of the most contentious issues running up to the elections. What I'm saying, DG reform has timely provided this help, because without defining what sustainable financing means, without talking in the same language, first there are political implications, but also without clear definitions we will not advance any step further. And alignment, of course, is the key, and for the Pan-Baltic initiatives, this joint or common understanding is absolutely necessary.
And of course, there's an obvious follow-up question, because Latvia just issued a sustainability-linked bond, increasing the supply of capital market instruments under the Pan-Baltic Capital Market Initiative. But one of the questions that we would like to hear from you, what was the breakdown of issuers? How was the subscription? Can you tell us a little bit more detail about the bond itself?
Yes, we are quite proud of it, and it was, I must say, a success. It happened before the war, of course. It was in December, and we raised 600 million euros, and demand was 4.3 times higher. We had 120 expressions of interest, so essentially 600 million we've got for 8 years with the rate of 0.026. And also the distribution of interest was evenly distributed. So out of 120 potential investors, we had 25% from German-speaking countries, which would be Germany and Austria, 20% were Nordic, and then evenly distributed 15% from France, Britain, and also from Benelux. That was the distribution of interest, and I was on the selling part, on the road trip with the investors, and it was quite interesting to see the discussions, because discussions were not only about percentage points, it was clearly enlightened self-interest, because we were talking with Danish pension fund manager, and he was really interested what policies we as Latvia adopt to help relieve poverty for pensioners. There was an energy fund discussion, and we were talking about buying electric trains, and they wanted to know how we make electricity, because if that electricity is made from coal, then there's no use of electric trains in terms of CO2. But this kind of detail was present in discussions with the investors, and I anticipate that the same kind of interests will be upheld, because reporting is different as well. We have to report once per year about the success of the program, and second-party opinion was, of course, crucial, and we had that. But yes, it was rewarding experience, and I think if we establish ourselves as a Pan-Baltic presence, that would be easier for investors to learn who we are, what kind of markets we are, because we're really tiny market, but are we frontier market, emerging market? And it is our job to tell investors who we are, our job to explain why investing in Baltics at present is hugely important. And I understand we will be talking about Ukraine later on, and in that context it becomes even more crucial. But thank you.
It's an interesting point that we'll be going back to, which is about the diversity of the investor base and its different goals. But just for a moment now, I just want to turn to the two IFIs that are presently on this panel. basically to discuss what IFIs can do during these very, very difficult market conditions that we're observing because of the war in Ukraine. Capital market deals with excellent credentials are not finding the same level of support that Latvia saw before the war. So what can IFIs do in this context to support both the goals of capital market union and greening the economy? And with this, I'll go first to Maya.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jim. So of course, I mean, we're here because we obviously actively support the establishment of green financial markets overall and sustainable capital markets in particular. And that happens, of course, also against the backdrop of all the macro trends that you've heard about this morning, the EU Green Deal, the Sustainable Finance Action Plan and the framework, of course, the wider ESG integration that we're all promoting, private sector mobilization, so all those macro trends that you've heard. For us as EBRD, we have announced that as of 1st of January, all of our funding will be aligned with the goals of the Paris Agreement. And in addition, the next more ambitious step is that by 2025, 50% of all of our funding will be green finance, so we'll follow our green economic transition approach, and our capital market work, or our green capital markets work, falls under this work stream. So we, of course, maybe because we've heard the macro trends, I'm going to go a bit more concrete now how we do that. And to support green capital markets, we really go full circle. So we start off, we can help with assessing country capital market readiness. We can help with gap analysis of specific potential issuers, especially in markets where no green bonds have been issued yet. We can help assess what's missing, what needs to be done so that this issuance becomes a reality. We then support, it can be a financial institution or it can be a corporate, we support them in the establishment of their own green bond frameworks. We obviously promote the adoption of ICMA principles, so we want to make sure that these are robust green bond frameworks. And if they are, we can then, and we are happy with the way the frameworks turned out, we can then also become a buyer of those bonds and invest in them. So I think we really go full circle. And this is backed up, of course, by overall policy support. It's been widely mentioned this morning. We have, together with the European Commission, supported, of course, the Lithuanian Action Plan for Sustainable Finance. We're doing similar exercises now with the Estonian and the Latvian roadmap. And we really think this is important because we need to still settle the conducive environment for the green capital markets. And of course, we're also supporting the integration of the Baltic capital markets. And I'm shamelessly appropriating here the great work that my colleague Jim has been doing for a long time. He was one of the first to promote this and actively support that. So I think it's important. We have seen, yeah, it gets a bit more tricky, like you've mentioned now with the Ukraine situation. But I think especially as IFIs, we need to be active when it gets difficult. That's our role. We need to be counter-cyclical many times. And in this specific case now on the war on Ukraine, we've just approved a 2 billion resilience package where we'll support Ukraine, but also neighboring countries that are directly affected by the impacts of the war. And yeah, as in green bonds, as you know, we both issue green bonds. We were the first ones, to my knowledge, to issue a green resilience bond, which really puts together investments in adaptation, climate adaptation. The first issuance that we supported was actually a Lithuanian one in 2017. And I think maybe another milestone, because it's just hot off the press from last week, was the issuance of the first sustainability-linked bond here by Lithuanian EPSO-G that we've also supported. And I think it's a great example to see how we're really trying to support companies that help us not only to accelerate green finance, but also in this difficult situation, because of course, as you know, EPSO-G is the Lithuanian transmission operator, and this investment will help them really to integrate further with the European markets and away from the Brel electricity grid. Yeah. So yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it at that, but we have more stories to tell.
And of course, I'm going to go straight across to Soren, but this is actually something that is extremely important to remember, that at the moment, we've got a lot of money chasing green investment. But how do we ensure that there are enough green projects to invest in? So over to Soren to give you his thoughts, obviously, from the Nordic Investment Bank standpoint.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Jim, and thank you for inviting NIB also to this panel. Should there be one who doesn't know NIB, I don't think so, but still, Nordic Investment Bank, we're owned by the 5 Nordic and the 3 Baltic countries, established in 1975. The 3 Baltic countries joined us January 1st, 2005. And today, and which has been the case most of our life, our purpose is to either finance projects that improves the competitiveness of the productivity of our member countries, or finance projects that significantly enhances the environment. So productivity and environment, this is what we focus on and have done for a long time. Until recently, we were the largest issuer of the green bonds, as we all talk about here and brag about. We have also issued blue bonds. The blue bonds are to improve the water quality in our member area. So there's a lot of focus on that. We've done that since 2015, and that still remains a very important part of our funding. It also creates a lot of work. We talked about data because the investors are very, very focused on that greenwashing is not taking place, and we talked about greenwashing earlier in the former panel. So increasingly, the demand for understanding the funds they provide to us for, which we use to finance projects out there, is very, very important. We have also been, I would say we're a little bit more hardcore lending maybe than, for example, the EBRD. You provide a lot of capacity building, you have a lot of technical assistance. We don't do that at NIB, but we do try to capitalize on your good work. So, for example, also with seeking to develop further the commercial paper market in the Baltics, we have a keen interest in trying to help there also to the extent that we can. One thing maybe we should touch upon a bit later is also these sustainability-linked bonds, which is again related to environment. This is what we see in the Nordic countries is the overarching activity these days. Everybody wants to be a good corporate citizen. Everybody wants to be on the green agenda. ESG is on every project we finance. We will of course look into that the environmental criteria and the rules and regulations of each country is followed. We also do push our borrowers to maybe go a little bit longer, but definitely on the mandate part, which is the most important, well, it's equally important, but it's very important for us. We do go in and really go through the criteria, and we set up, we have ex-post assessments, so we give a loan today, we follow up after 3 years and see did they actually do what they were supposed to do, and if not, if targets are not reached, we can go and ask our clients to either pay the money back or substitute it if they have other projects that fulfills the mandate, again, on environment and or productivity. I think I'll stop here.
And of course, this talks about the mobilization of capital, which I think is what everybody's interested in. So many people in the previous panel made a point, right, that the private sector or the public sector can't do it themselves. The private sector can't do it themselves either, right? So they both have a role to play. And in that respect, after the comments from the IFI, I'm going to go across to the policy people in Latvia and Lithuania. What do you see as the highest potential projects or products for the region in the sustainability in the sustainability space, the green space? Is it going to be through initiatives at the municipal level, such as green cities, or will it be something more mainstream? Several commentators continue to talk about the difficulty of developing green and bankable projects. What's your view on how do we get more projects to markets. And I'll start with Lithuania.
Here, I would like to touch the aspect about speeding up the green transition that we have to do because of the war. And we realize how dependent EU is on the fossil fuels and on Russia. And the war showed that it was a strategic mistake. And based on Lithuanian experience, we made some hard decisions more than 10 years ago. So even before the annexation of Crimea, to invest into the energy independence. And now we have a LNG terminal that can also provide gas to Baltic states and to Poland. So of course these projects and this strategic thinking really pays off. So at the time when you make those decisions, they are costly, they are hard, but when the time goes, they prove again and again that they were very, very correct. So I think when we speed up the transition into more sustainable energy sources, this is a very clear path for the projects. Another aspect, also I'm happy for my country, I'm proud for my country that we have a goal to stop to reach 100% of electricity from the renewable sources by 2050. So we were the first country to stop importing Russian fossil fuels, oil and gas. We were the first country to stop importing Russian electricity, and now we want to make sure that by 2050 we can produce our electricity from from sustainable sources, so from renewables. So of course it's another stream of projects that can be financed. Also, part of our action plan that I forgot to mention when I was covering it is, as I said, we have to kind of practice what we preach. So I think by 2024, we also will know as a state how green is our budget. And we will be able to finance it by issuing green bonds. So we'll know which part contributes to that, and we will be able to do that. And of course, as I mentioned, we do have significant investments from EU funds going into green projects. So all in all, in the coming 5 to 9 years perspective, it will be 3 billion euros. And we also want to make sure that we have this kind of synergy with private sector. So also now we have 4 national promotional institutions that do finance projects and involve private sector. So we are merging them into one strong entity that would be able to finance even more projects and to accumulate even more funds from the private sector. And in that one strong national promotional institution, we will also have a Green Finance Institute to ensure the synergies, to facilitate and consult the businesses to their path while they try to become greener.
Energy efficiency issues, of course, are the most important on the municipal level, and sort of rebuilding old-type Soviet structures would be the most obvious thing. And there are some difficulties, and the difficulties mainly are because municipalities have not seen yet the benefits of sustainable financing. We are telling them that there is great riches lying behind the mountain, and just step on this rainbow and you will reach them. And quite often they don't quite believe that, and the prevailing thinking is subsidies and grants. And now there is a certain, in many ways they feel like between a rock and a heavy place, because the requirements for energy efficiency are growing, expenses are growing, but this part where you can use sustainable financing to make energy efficiency is not yet present. So we need to create a good example so that they can follow. On the central government side, of course, it's transportation. And Rail Baltic is one of the features that is prominent there. And also efficient transportation systems. Those would be priorities for us, and also recreational, because we are forestry and you mentioned blue, fish stock renewal, etc., etc. Small projects, but there are literally many of them.
Okay, so that sets the tone for going back to the IFIs. You see where the demand base is, right? What are the answers in terms of products? Is it sustainability-linked bonds? Is it a combination? What are the bright spots on the horizon? And I'll start with Soren first.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I will start on touching upon the municipalities you mentioned, because if you look at a country like Sweden, for example, for a number of years, the municipal authorities have been extremely focused on that they want to do the right thing. They want to do the right green thing. So most of their investments actually are following various building standards. You have the LEED, you have the BREEAM certification of the way you build, etc. I mean, basically all municipal construction in Sweden goes that way. It's a little bit different in our member countries, but they clearly have the lead there. But it is a trend that we see everybody is taking. As I mentioned before, even our borrowers, and we lend to states. I mean, the largest borrowers in the last, or ever actually, has been the 3 Baltic countries. We came with response loans for about 2 years ago when the corona started. But in all of our lending today, we are touching upon environment. Everybody is talking about the environment. All the commercial banks have been maybe a little bit slower on catching up on the environmental path than we have, because it was our mandate. But today, admittedly, with the corporate lending, for example, they have at least caught up, if they are not gone a little bit further, on that the financing they provide is very, very much based and hooked up to certain targets with regards to achieving, for example, CO2 reduction, less water consumption, etc. And the loan margin is actually set. So it's a little bit different from loan to loan, but we have borrowers that will save some basis points. They'll pay a little bit less interest if they, after 2 or 3 years, can show that they have actually implemented initiatives whereby they save CO2 or water consumption. And if they don't, they would either have to pay the money back, or they keep the same margin, or even in some cases, they will have to pay a higher margin to us. So it becomes from actual financing specific projects to being more an activity-led, what do you call that? An activity that they need to carry out and achieve, and then they can also then see the benefit or the cost of it. So again, in the Nordic countries, I would say probably 50% of the loans we do right now, they are sustainability linked. So it's a huge market, and for sure it's going to come also to the Baltic countries. So that would be my encouragement to, really start looking at this, because it's really the right thing to do, of course.
And Soren mentioned it, but the city of Helsingborg was the first municipality, I think globally, to issue a sustainability-linked bond. And one of the clues there was that the KPIs, the targets that they set themselves, were rigorous. And so it was applauded by the investment community, and we're hoping to see a lot more of this in the space. But we don't want it to go down a greenwashing highway where people have weak KPIs. Now, with that in mind, I'm just going to put across to Maya to talk about other instruments in the EBRD approach.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have a very wide instrument tool now for the green transition. I've mentioned before, we have our green economy transition approach, and that means 50% as of 2025. We've already reached that goal last year, actually. So now the pressure is on to maintain that until 2025. I think this is an interesting point what you were making, because the opportunity I see with broadening the toolkit from the green bonds that are essentially, of course, use of proceeds focused to the sustainability-linked bonds that move on to more of a counterparty model. So they look more of the holistic sustainability efforts, both on, GHG emissions, economic activity, but also in their internal governance for climate corporate governance, ESG governance. So I think it's a tremendous opportunity. Like you said correctly, the challenge lies with the KPI setting. It needs to be obviously ambitious, it needs to be rigorous, but it needs to be also doable. So where's the right level? This is really where I think we need to collectively work on to come up with a good way of establishing those KPIs. Yeah, what else?
I'm a capital market supply guy, so any bond is good for me, right? But in the green space, obviously, we do want to see stuff that builds investor confidence, and particularly we sense that there's a move towards radicalism in the investor base. Some investors, it's just weight of capital, so they're investing in anything that's badged as green. But other investors are trying to adopt a more, let's say, militant approach to investment. Do we have any comments on that from the IFI communities? Have you seen this?
Absolutely. I don't know if I should call it military, but the amount of question, the details which we have to provide to the investor base when we go in and finance green activities is really, really very large, and it is increasingly so. We also, as it's actually part of our lending, but we have started being an anchor investor as well, and you mentioned that also, Maya, when there are green bonds being issued from the perspective that we would like to develop these green bond markets, and we'd be very happy to do it in the Baltics also, of course, so and have done it. So this is an area that it is absolutely for the right thing to do, but it requires a lot of resources. But I don't see that there's a way not to do it, because this is really what everybody is talking about these days, at least in the Nordic countries. So it's a question of doing the right thing.
And do IFIs have a role as standard setters outside of the regulatory area?
Well, I want to say, on the one hand, I think in the green sphere or the ESG sphere, we suffer a little bit right now from a plethora of standards and frameworks. So rather than coming up with yet another one, I would promote the emergence of the existing ones, and we need to get to a common language on those topics that will help with all those issues I think that we've mentioned before, that will help with all the inquiries that you get on a bond issuance, because we'll all be looking towards a similar standard. It will help with how we define what is green, what is not. It will help with what we consider a robust ESG risk management, which is the other side of the coin, right? It's not only the resource allocation, it's also the risk management of wherever we put our resources to. So yeah, I would say, of course, I think the MDBs and the IFIs as such have always been, in a way, framing international best practice. I think we all have very long-standing ESG frameworks, green finance frameworks, first mover bond issuances. We've heard a few here today that certainly have a big demonstration effect and that they help shape the system. But yeah, I would caution against yet another initiative to establish yet another framework. I don't think we need it. I think we need to merge what we have.
And I'm pleased to say that I sprung that question on Maya and she answered it exactly as I was hoping she would. Søren?
Yeah, just to add, I think where we can definitely play a role also is when we see these sustainability loans or bonds coming out. Some of them, it's growing exponentially, and everybody wants to be in on, providing these sustainability-linked loans or bonds. But we're also starting to see that not all these, the KPIs, the key performance indicators that you put as a condition, some of them are a little bit weak. And I think this is where we at EBRD and at NIB, we can add you know, we come with long-term funding. We could do longer term, maybe than the commercial banks will do. We can maybe be slightly cheaper and all that, but that also means that we can set a little bit tougher criteria. So I think, at least from NIB side, that's where we see that we can play a role, and it fits with our mandate. We go in, we have a lot of dialogue in detail with the potential issuers or the borrowers, and then we agree on how to take it forward. So I think we can do a little bit good there.
And that's good to hear. Now, we need to spend some time. We've got about 18 minutes left on this panel. We need to spend a little bit of time on the elephant in the room, which is the war in Ukraine and how it's changed the dynamic. A lot of investors are now saying that the goals of sustainability and the need for energy security are somewhat incompatible. I'm interested in hearing the views from the panel, and I'll start with Latvia.
Investing, of course, is about KPIs, but it is also about spirit, about democracy and prosperity. And I understand that many decisions now are taken because of Russia, but I think we need to take decisions despite Russia. And the situation in Ukraine and in Baltics reminds me now of West Berlin, that despite the regime, you can prosper. And I think that would be the spirit of investing, how I see it. That would be the value added for the Baltic united market, because yes, we are taking blunt shots and we are withstanding. And investors, I understand, have many important questions. How is it energy-wise living without Russia? And we have sound answers. We can tell them. How is it militarily to live next to Russia? And now we can say clearly there is the Baltic security region, Norway, Sweden, is with us. So essentially, we have sound answers to investors. And if investors start thinking of making decisions not because of Russia, but despite Russia, I think that would be that would add the moral dimension to what it means to establish capital markets.
Across to you, Vida.
I already mentioned before talking about investments, but I think energy security and sustainability has the same answer, and we have to speed up the green transition. And if we were even faster on this path, on relying more on renewables than on fossil fuels, it will be even easier for us to deal with the current situation of the war in Ukraine. So, of course, EU agreed on the 6 sanction packages involving economic, financial, trade, and energy in 3 months. So, of course, in our eyes, it may seem a little bit slow because we always saw the threat and we took the decisions to kind of limit our dependency on that threat some even more than 10 years ago. But for the EU kind of as an structure, as some sort of bureaucracy, I think 3 months, it's like light speed for the decisions that were taken. And of course, in order to limit the reliance on Russia, on the fossil fuels, and generally to become more robust and resilient to any sort of future crises, we have to strengthen our strategic independence. And I think the very clear answer to that is green transition. So I would say this by doing that, we would achieve both goals. So green transition faster.
I always leave this region with renewed optimism, I must say. Because even in the most difficult of conditions, right, there's always seems to be a solution in this region. So over to you, Maya, for your comments.
Yeah, I think we hear a lot now this question, can we even focus on climate or green now that there's a war raging? And I have to say, I heard the same arguments when the pandemic started. People were saying, Maya, we're in survival mode. Where are you going with this green stuff? We cannot focus on this right now. And then guess what? It took very short time and people were starting to look at labor policies. They were shifting their labor force to working from home. They were improving their health and safety protocols. So the S in the ESG suddenly became, at least anecdotal evidence shows me that this became suddenly very, very strong. And of course, for the Ukraine situation, my most immediate hope, of course, is that the war stops as soon as possible, and we can then concentrate our efforts on the reconstruction. But I fully second what Vaida was saying. In this spirit of, we've heard it many times, building back better, I think this is also now an opportunity. You know, there's a lot of shattered windows that need to be replaced. We can replace them by much more energy efficient ones. There's building stock that needs to be rebuilt, that can be rebuilt in a much more energy efficient way. We obviously have to fix the energy dependency problem, and that I think will be a tremendous push for renewable energy, and also, you know, integration of grids that are independent from Russia. So as horrible as the situation is, I hope that at least if there's one thing we get out of it, is then that, you know, with building back better and with the green transition, we can prevent, or we can help build the resilience for the future generations. So I think they're not incompatible, the opposite. I think they actually support each other very strongly.
Yeah, I'll come with an easy answer and say I agree 100% with Maya. But to elaborate a little bit more, I would actually have loved to be on this panel in 1 week's time, because on Monday we will have a discussion with our board exactly on this topic. Where can NIB improve or support the current situation? We are going to put up a number of different proposals for our board to discuss, and you know, I don't want to preempt what their answers will be, but obviously, as we've talked so much about today, energy security, more renewable energy. You know, in our member countries, we already are very, very far ahead in wind-produced electricity, for example. Biomass, biogas is also, from the politicians' points of view, we should improve that much more. So I think this will really be, even if we're already a very large energy financer, I still think that this will be one of the instructions or the guidance to do even more there, because we really have to speed it up much more exponentially. I could imagine also that we do a lot of corporate lending also. And there we, of course, have many of our corporates that have had to close down, or not necessarily close down, the factories, etc. They are still there, but they have had to move away from Russia. They have had to try to sell their assets to somebody else, typically Russians. And that, of course, has a huge effect on the balance sheet of many of our clients, because they basically have zero left of assets from these activities in Russia. So there, I think also will be a need for NIB to go in and help them over a couple of years until they are back again. Some of the really, even the large energy companies, I mean, they have a huge impact on their equity as well. So there might be need for more long-term financing to get over this.
And as promised, we've got 10 minutes and 4 seconds for questions from the audience and a very brief summary from me. So are there any questions from the audience on the very broad subject matters that we covered in this panel?
Silver Kalmus from Luminor Bank. So I want to come back to the SLBs and SLLs. And obviously the most common KPI is carbon reduction. So how are you looking at the carbon offsetting when, I don't know, companies or organizations are in a path of moving towards carbon neutral economy? So yeah, carbon offsetting, what are your takes?
Yeah, how do I answer this? We haven't done that many loans yet in this area, but this is definitely one of the KPIs that we see. We don't have any general policy of how it is. We will look at every case and see how that fits, what is the effect that you get out of it, and then we'll see whether we find that fulfills our environmental mandate. We graduate it in different places or in different ways, it has to fulfill fairly large, or has to be very, a big step forward for us to go in and see it. So I know this is a wishy-washy answer, but I can't come up with anything better right now.
For us, I guess, as I've mentioned before, we have looked very intensely over the last year and a half how to align all our funding with the goals of the Paris Agreement. And of course, that was one of the questions that we've also asked ourselves. Now, of course, avoidance and reduction always comes first, yes? So it should always be the intent to reduce emissions as much as possible, and then offsets maybe sort of for the residual rest, maybe, a necessity. Look at the aviation sector, for example. We don't foresee that people will stop flying by 2050. So there will be always, we can of course work on sustainable fuels, we can improve the logistics around aviation, but we will not be able probably to reach zero emissions. So again, offsetting can be for the residual rest, for us is an option that we look at, but again, it comes after avoidance and reduction.
In Latvia, for us, especially, there is a hard issue about peat industry and CO2 quantification on that, because for the Western Europe, intuitively, peat means coal, means energy. In Latvia, peat is for every housewife with green fingers, source for cucumbers and tomatoes and little forest growing. So there is a difference. And again, if we calculate only how much CO2 is being spent in the production, this is completely different than if we calculate how the balance of CO2 being reduced from the products that grow in peat, and this is very contentious issue. So methodologies of getting the numbers of CO2 is hugely important, also politically.
I just want to say a brief comment. Like last week, we had a conference, banking and about new reality. And on the very positive note, one of the speakers said that now we are starting to innovate to reach our climate goals. And being on the beginning of the curve, we can't imagine what it will bring us, because the innovation grows in an exponential way. So I think the technologies we are thinking about now when we are answering these questions, maybe along the path we will realize that they can be fully transformed. So I can't answer how, where, or when, but I want to give a positive note that once we start this path, we invest a lot of innovations. We know that we will have new technologies, but probably at this moment it's hard to predict what sort of innovations it will be, but probably it won't be just some sort of better what we have now. It can be totally different from from the reality that we live in now.
And is there any other questions from the audience, or do you want a quick summary from me? Looks like a quick summary. Okay. I think that we've got to be realistic. Despite the fact that the Baltics is a small market, it actually is setting a lot of standards within the EU, and I think we should continue to support this process. You're setting the standards, obviously, in the environmental area, being one of the first jurisdictions to be looking seriously at greening the financial system. You're a big supporter of capital market union, but more particularly, right, you're looking at it as a solution for this region to grow in size and to be seen as an investor, a potential destination for foreign investors through a single pan-Baltic rating. There's a lot of positives here that we can see. One area that we didn't discuss today, but it's one that I feel quite strongly about, is that if we continue to support the development of capital markets in this country, the opportunities that exist for this region in the Ukraine reconstruction as an area of mobilization are absolutely huge. So I would encourage this good work that is being done in the region, in Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. And with that, I'd like to thank all the panelists. We will be around if you want to have individual questions about our individual countries of operations or our governments. But with that in mind, and with 3 minutes to go, I promised the people that I'd save them 3 minutes. I'm calling this to a close. Thank you.
No, you can. Yes, indeed, we gained 3 minutes, so I'll try to, thank you very much. I'll try to be brief in introducing the next panel discussion, and I already can invite a panelist to the stage. So the European Green Deal means major changes for the traditional lending criteria and practices. In the next session, banking experts will share their views from a market and regulatory perspective. What are the most important changes of the lending happening now, and what should the customers be aware of? To moderate this panel discussion, we welcome Tomas Kontautas, who is country managing partner at Sorainen, Lithuania. He has over 20 years of extensive experience providing practical advice to help businesses navigate insurance law and banking regulatory processes. He developed a strong banking regulatory profile while dealing with complex regulatory matters of traditional financial market players and the fintech industry. He also advises on ESG matters and contributed to the development of the Lithuanian strategy and action plan on sustainable finance. He works with Lithuanian and international clients across a broad range of sectors, including energy, infrastructure, banking, fintech, insurance, capital markets, fund structuring and asset management, non-banking financing, and also lectures at Vilnius University. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to also invite other panelists, Ms. Inga Skisaker, CEO of Swedbank Lithuania, Peter Bosek, CEO of Luminor Bank, Mr. Gediminas Šimkus, Chairman of the Board of the Bank of Lithuania, and Sonata Gutauskaitė-Bubnelienė, CEO of SEB Bank, already join us. So I see that our panel is in a very dangerous situation. We are just between the conference and the lunch. And also, as a moderator, I'm also in a kind of dangerous situation to be between the regulator and the banks. But Lithuania is a very progressive country where regulators and banks talk together. They exchange their ideas, and I hope that we will have this type of discussion also here. The topic of our panel is called Green Lending as a Reinvention of the Bank. We had quite a few insights from governmental people, from international financial institutions. So for us, it's really important to understand what our Lithuanian market and Lithuanian regulator thinks. I recall that in 2019, when the European Commission and EBRD started the project on Lithuanian green and sustainable finance strategy and action plan, words green, ESG were not that common. And we conducted a study and we actually interviewed the banks. And SEB, Luminor, and Swedbank, they already were talking about it, and there were people devoted to that. So the process was moving. To some extent, I believe there is this Nordic-Baltic element. Luminor is a bank which was created by merging local operations of Nordea and DNB Bank. So definitely the Baltic bank with Scandinavian roots, and SEB and Swedbank, by definition, both banks are coming from Scandinavia. There is constant cooperation. So to the large extent, I think Nordic-Baltic region gives a good, so to say, inspirations for the financial institutions here. But also we have a very progressive regulator, and everybody is looking at the success of Lithuanian fintech story. and the question whether this success may be repeated in the area of green and sustainable finance. So what's the likelihood that Lithuania will be the leader of a Baltic or even Nordic-Baltic region? But I would like also to start with a slightly different message. When I was preparing for this panel, on the 31st of March, I read some interesting article on Reuters. And it was coming from Berlin. And the message was, German prosecutors raided asset manager DWS and the headquarters of its majority owner Deutsche Bank. The prosecutors said they were following up the news reports on a whistleblower's allegation that DWS sold investments as greener or more sustainable than they were, a practice known as greenwashing. So in fact, greenwashing as a word is not only used by the banks looking at the clients, at the client project, but also greenwashing is a kind of a topic also on regulators' table. But before we start and go to the very specific questions, we would be really interesting to know what each of banks and one and only institution, the Bank of Lithuania, which is, by the way, also is a financial regulator, doing and working in the area of green finance or greening. So if I may, Gediminas, what's the regulator's perspective?
Well, first of all, good afternoon to everyone. It's really a pleasure being here and talking. And in fact, I think it's a must to have a dialogue with market participants. It's not that we are advanced somehow in the dialogue thing, but it's a must thing for regulator, supervisor to have a close contact with market participants. And the climate change, fight with climate change and sustainability risks are the ones that needs to be discussed substantially as well. So what Bank of Lithuania does? So I think it's not the way to put a question like this, because we need to admit there is no planet B, right? And fight with climate change is, it goes into every cell, into every way, into every day of our lives. So I think it's harder to say what we shouldn't do or what we can't do. You rightly mentioned that the data issue is of a great importance, and probably we'll cover this aspect later on more heavily. But in terms of what the central bankers do, so first of all, we see the sustainability as one of sustainability and fight with climate change is one of three our strategic directions for the next following years. And we see it from two perspectives. First of all, what we could do ourselves. So we are one of those few institutions that actually issued CO2 footprint report. We measure how much we issue gas emission and how could we improve as an organization in terms to be more climate friendly. And as I said, there is no planet B as a certain symbol of a need to fight with climate change, and that we need to become more and more environmentally friendly. On the 28th of this June, we issue a collective coin. It's brilliant. And I encourage you to get it. But as a symbol of the importance of this topic. Of course, you rightly mentioned that we perform various functions. And in this panel, we talk about these regulators and supervisors function. And I would split in this area like three tasks or three things I would like to mention. So first of all, we need to work and improve our risk management frameworks, because climate risk is coming as a change in terms of the physical changes. Probably this is not the case for Lithuania, but in the world, in Europe, we're going to have more floods, more various climate cataclysms. It's very much relevant for insurance, but it's very much relevant for banking and probably other financial market participants. What we also do experience this as we transition into a more climate neutral economy. We want something that we have been discussed before, and this very much relates how banks in this case and other institutions would finance, how they kind of direct their loan portfolios, and how would they kind of measure and take into account the changing profile of risks of households and companies. The other thing I would mention that climate change and fight with it goes into every aspect of the supervisory process, starting with the evaluation of the business models of the licensed companies, going through the, so to say, regulation related with liquidity requirements, capital requirements. This is the thing still to come, but I'm sure it's coming. And for instance, EBA, so this is the European Regulatory Authority for banks, has been mandated to prepare in-depth analysis with regards to prudential evaluation of climate risk-related exposures. So stress testing, for instance, etc., etc. And the last thing I would mention that is important from our perspective, this is the funding that banking industry provides to companies, especially for small and medium businesses and enterprises, because transformation of the economy is only feasible with the creation of an adequate incentive system. We do have EU funding that is coming, and that is that enforces the transformation. But public investment, somebody mentioned here that private investment is not enough, but I would say public investment is not enough too. We should combine public with private to achieve these very, very, so to say, needed changes in our economies towards more neutral economies.
Thank you, Gediminas. On 26th of April, SEB adopted a new version of corporate sustainability policy for the whole SEB group. And the opening statement says, SEB believes that the future depends on making great ideas happen. SEB's purpose is to positively shape the future with responsible advice and capital, today and for generations to come. So Sonata, what is on your table right now?
So thank you, Thomas. But as you pointed out very well at the very beginning, actually, sustainability topic is not new for us. And it has been on our agenda for the last few years, I would say. And I would summarize our kind of actions into two parts. One is external direction, another is internal direction. And external direction, what I mean by that is that we have been investing quite a lot to bring and increase awareness in general on this ESG topic. We have a framework built to advise our customers and actually to educate or share their different experiences with them, even based on their specific sectors that they come from. And our corporate client executives working with legal entities, they have even certain plans on addressing this issue, explaining that to the customers, that we could really also to some extent foster the customers' involvement and to foster them start thinking about this transformation journeys. Actually, and we see a big meaning in that awareness increase, because even our internal data, which we collected last year, I think, we asked CFOs of big corporations on their readiness and preparation to be able to report on ESG, do they have strategies, and actually only 40% of companies do have strategies already, and they have their plans on how to address the sustainability topic on their agendas and in their business models. But actually we see that there is still a room to work and to increase this awareness. And when I mentioned this internal direction, then it's quite a lot what head of central bank referred to. It's really, I would say, lots of preparation on being able to comply with upcoming regulation. That's how we see all ESG guidelines and compliance, like a new regulation norm, as well as we are also integrating ESG into all our core processes, especially credit and risks, which is already kind of ESG assessment is already a part of the financing process, risk assessment. But it's not only that, it's also the ESG topics related to all our main decision-making processes, procurement, vendor management, etc. And therefore, yes, you are very right. We have reapproved, or I would say, our new strategy on the sustainability. Also defining 3 main KPIs, how we will measure our success on that long-term journey, I would say. And those KPIs are related to both helping the customers to transform to more sustainable business models, as well as for us internally measuring our footprint and our not only footprint, it's only E, I would say, but also measuring how we internally are addressing those all ESG topics. So actually, I would say big work ongoing, from modeling, data gathering, even buying the data, to talking to customers, lots of discussions, explanations, just to make us all ready for this long-term transition. Because this, I would say, this even green model won't come in a night. That will be really a long journey, and it most probably with some mistakes on the way as well. So I would say that we are just at the very beginning.
Thank you, Sonata. Inga, I really like a statement from Swedbank Sustainability Policy, which says that a sustainable business strategy can be described through 2 perspectives: doing things right and doing the right things. So how are you successful with these?
Thank you, Thomas. I think, there are 2 things I will start with. First of all, I think, attention and focus starts from the top. And I think the fact that we have a CEO panel and the governor of the Bank of Lithuania, and I also saw some of the other peers, colleagues sitting in the room, I think that shows that really, truly this topic is important. Of course, you often, think one way about yourself, but what matters is the way others see you. And I think in the previous panel, there was a representative from NIB who said that commercial banks were slow at the beginning, but now suddenly they have caught up. So, thank you very much. I think that's a true testament to our efforts, evaluation of what we are doing. But I think, we are, of course, busy with all the things that our colleagues have mentioned. We are busy with evaluating the ESG risks, understanding ESG risks, also financing transition. And in addition to educating customers, I think what's important to mention, because, as largest financial institution, we have, a whole scope of customers. And some of the customers are very advanced in this area, and that's where we learn ourselves from the customers. But also, I think there is a certain confusion that is created, with coal being back, with, Vanguard second largest asset management company coming out and saying that, they will continue to invest into brown. So, and, many other things that are happening. So there are customers that actually feel confused, and they start asking questions. And I think also during previous panel, it was mentioned, is Green Deal here to stay? So I think we see our role that we have to reassure that Green Deal is here to stay, That is the end game, and that is where we are all going, and that's what we're doing.
Thank you. Thank you, Inga. Mr. Peter Bosek came to our region from Austria, and Austria now is a country which is leading sustainable wine production in Europe. So, Peter,
we are used to the fun part.
as a Austrian and also the CEO of Luminor Bank, what's current to-do list at Luminor on Luminor table right now?
To be honest, there's not too much to add what my colleagues already told the governor. I think there's a lot of pressure, especially from European Central Bank, timing-wise, and they already complained quite early that banks are lagging behind in implementing all these things. But I think this is absolutely normal situation that European Central Bank is complaining about us, and we are complaining about European Central Bank. So I think we have seen this movie. But I would like to refer what Inga said. I think it's super important for the financial industry to support government and politicians that this topic is here to stay. So I would strongly advise all our colleagues in the financial industry not to make it as a kind of marketing game. And I think you have seen, you mentioned at the beginning what happened to Deutsche Bank, and this was not the only example. So banks using green lending or green products as, dear clients, please like me now because now I'm green and everybody wants us to green. This is definitely the wrong approach. So the starting point is, as the governor mentioned, it's a part of our risk decisions. So we all implemented it already. And it's very much about supporting our clients to come up with the correct data. And there I completely agree with you. This is still a very long way to go. Because when you are an SME, you don't have the capacity to come up with all the data. It's much easier for large corporations. It's easier for banks because we are used to this. We are used to this heavy burden of regulation. We know how to handle it. But this is, from my perspective, a long way to go. And I also share the view that European Commission, in terms of taxonomy, is a little bit confusing in a way that now nuclear power is the new shortcut to reducing CO2. So this is not completely clear. Let's see. But in the meantime, I think it's very clear that regulators are using banks for allocating capital in the right direction.
Thank you, Peter. Mr. Rimantas Šadžius has rightly pointed out about the controversy of terms green and brown and the term greenwashing. And as we started, these terms were the headache of the banks and the clients. But now the regulator also having its own perspective. So, Gediminas, maybe your ideas about the controversy of these terms and supervisory perception. What is greenwashing and what the Bank of Lithuania is planning in the future to do with this?
That's tougher question, you know, and you may think. Because that's an issue if we as an institution would define what is green and what is brown, and the others would think something somehow a little bit differently. And we may end up in an issue of, you know, with dealing with prosecutors and talking about greenwashing. So I very much agree what Peter said about labeling. It's not about saying green or brown, but it's about defining and agreeing commonly and widely what is green and brown. And therefore, the EU taxonomy and the supporting legislative acts are very important in this. How we define what is sustainable, environmentally sustainable, what we do lack still. So the various technical things. Because devil is in the details. Right. What else from the supervisory and regulatory perspective? Here we all are professionals in a way of risk management. And then we label something like green or brown. It's not just because from our perspective, it's not just because it's green and therefore it's good, but because it's green and it contributes less to the risks that the institutions takes on. So this is one thing. And for instance, brown, this is something that goes against, the environmental trend and goals. For instance, financing various fossil fuels that is in a way bad, or has a bad end eventually. What I'm saying from all this, we need to also to come up with the decisions, and probably there is no one that will be work, with incentivizing green investments, like giving a carrot or punishing the brown investments or brown lending or brown exposures by kind of throwing a stick. And from my personal perspective, it seems that it's easier now to go this punishing way, in a way, because, and how I see, and then I see the experiences of some other countries. So, for example, Canada. So I don't know if they still continue or they enacted, but they go along with the regulation, that would require financing fossil fuel industries only from the own funds of institutions. So basically applying very high risk weights. And some other countries, the experiences of some other countries, the same. But what's also very much needed, when you think from the moving the economy into a more climate neutral kind of stance, this is to incentivize green investments. And it's a bit harder than to find the common grounds in this area. Therefore, it's not about only Lithuanian regulation or Lithuanian regulatory perspective, but it's about at least European agreement. What is green, what is brown, and what taxonomy, and about all the technical details. So data here is an issue.
Thank you, Gediminas. Sonata, maybe your ideas on this topic, and especially maybe angles why we are moving quite slow with greening, and maybe comparing Lithuania towards our neighbors and maybe our dear Scandinavian neighbors. Where do we stand?
First of all, let me elaborate a bit on this green and brown definitions. I also agree with Mr. Šadžius, who said, let's agree what means what. And I would say that it's very important to clearly define what is a brown customer and what is a brown lending or brown financing. I mean, I would say it's nothing wrong to be a brown customer, and most probably we will have to work quite long to help that customer who has ambition to transform, who has clear targets to increase to decrease the CO2 footprint or change some other things. And I think that it's very important for us to understand this greening, as I mentioned already, doesn't happen overnight. It will be a common journey together, most probably us, banks and customers, transforming and changing the way we used to work. On another hand, when it comes to brown lending, I would say that this is maybe the area, or we have to be much more cautious. And talking from SEB perspective, I would say that brown lending most probably is already an issue, and which won't last long. As for example, we at SEB even we have certain sector policies related to ESG topic, and we even today sometimes, despite the interesting profitable business case, we have to refuse certain deals because we think on the long-term perspective, and having also certain targets to decrease, for example, fossil fuel credit exposure, we are not entering certain deals. So I would say that, let's focus on the right things in order to avoid this greenwashing, what we are most probably all of us want to avoid. But let's really understand that we will have to work together with the customers, supporting their journey in the transition, and it will take time. On another hand, most probably it's us, the banks, being a bit more demanding or requiring, helping customers to set this sustainability agenda, and also directing our finances, our capital into those green-related projects. But then you had a question on this, yeah, I remember still, a question on why we're moving so slow. I don't know whether we are moving slow. It's very difficult, you know, to measure the speed. It depends on the benchmark, whom you would benchmark to. But thinking about neighbors, I would say on the Baltic level, my colleagues might correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say we are more or less on the same page, on the same kind of speed. But of course, if we look at the region, definitely Sweden is by far the leader in this area. And I would say that we in Lithuania, we are very lucky to have many Swedish investments, not only to the banking industry, but also to other industries, where the role model can really bring us good know-how, experience, and really help us to accelerate that transition. So I would say we have a very good partner to learn from, and that's where we can catch up if we are a bit slowly somewhere.
Thank you, Sonata. Inga, your perspective on green and brown and the speed and comparison with our Baltic and Nordic neighbors.
Well, I think what our governor said, the word transition, I think, you know, there are two key words. I think transparency and transition, because as the world evolves, technology, innovation, what we define today as green might not necessarily still be green down the road. And what we need to define is actually the transition pathway, so that it can be openly, transparently discussed, and then we do have a transition. For example, today, UK and Sweden already have decarbonization roadmaps for various industries with targets. In Lithuania, we also have decarbonization working groups set up. But, you know, when it comes to being late or not late, I think if you look today, the world needs to extract 60 billion tons of emissions annually if we want to avert disaster by 2050. And today, this way, only 10,000 tons are being extracted. So I would say we are late not only as a country, as a region, but I think in general as a humanity.
Thank you. Peter, I believe we're all here Lithuanians, so we're a little bit biased on our country's progress or our region progress. You spend a lot of time working for other major financial institutions such as Erste Bank, and obviously you can have your own perspective on our region and Lithuania in particular. How do you see us?
No, I think Lithuania is doing very well when it comes to that, and I absolutely have no impression that Lithuania is lagging behind. You know? I think we are absolutely in the same situation like the European banking industry overall. You know? And I think beside the financial industry, you have the big pleasure that you have a lot of very innovative companies in agriculture. I met one client here today in the morning. This is amazing, yeah? And this is, from my perspective, the much bigger hope I have. Yeah? This is a little bit more like the US tries to achieve it. They are betting on technology innovation and not so much on regulation. So now it's not a surprise, we are living in Europe. We are in love with regulation, so we are taking, so to say, this kind of route. But there, this country has a competitive advantage compared to other parts of Europe, and I think you can be very proud of. When it comes to green clients and brown clients, don't get me wrong, I grew up in the sales part of banking. I can't imagine telling a client you are a brown client. It's terrible. You know? This is just terrible, and I think it's not the right thing. We should stick being banks. You know? I'm not educating my clients. I don't like it. You know? They are my clients. I should support them. I'm in the financial service industry and not so much in the education business. You know? So I think we should really take care not to overdo it when it comes to that. And I think we have to put it in context. You know? In the context of my clients today, at least to them who I talked, is 20% inflation, problems in supply chains, you know? So I think we have to take this into consideration, and I very much like what Inga said in terms of we need a transition period. Yeah? We can't pretend that there is a terrible war in Ukraine and in Russia. Yeah? We have already very high energy prices compared to other continents, and Europe shouldn't end up as the continent with the highest energy prices. And therefore, I think it's very important to have a common understanding about timelines. And there are a lot of targets out in the market set by different kind of politicians on local level, on European level. And of course, it will not be a surprise to you that I would prefer that the regulator is incentivizing in a positive way, for example, with capital reductions when it comes to green lending, not with capital increase, because when, the regulators succeeded to increase capital ratios of banks after the financial crisis, and it was absolutely the right thing to do. Yeah? But now we are already on a quite high level. If we get now punished again, then nobody will be interested in investing in banks. Yeah? And hopefully you see us as a partner for this kind of transition. So decrease capital.
Thank you. While preparing to moderate the panel, I tried to inventorize the financial products which are on the market and which are kind of have this green element. We talked a lot about green corporate bonds and also green sovereign bonds. So the Republic of Lithuania, I think, was among the leaders who started to issue those. On other financial products, we have green leasing, green corporate loans, green mortgage loans, and pension funds started to be greenier. And while implementing the European Green Deal, like new lending criteria for clients are being built. So I would ask Sonata, what kind of changes in lending policies do you have right now?
Well, I would say, even referring a bit to this customer definitions or lending criteria, that's all word it's written in the taxonomy. So actually we are already put into the frame. And I would say we might call things differently, but I too fully agree that we are all here to help the customers and to grow them. So I would say that when it comes to lending processes, ESG is becoming a new regulation, and as it is already incorporated, for example, in our credit risk assessment process, so process-wise, we haven't changed that much, except that we need to understand different things, how company operates related to all ESG criteria. But what has changed also is that by defining our sustainability strategy, we also described our view on certain sectors, like fossil fuel sector, transportation sector, mining, etc. And there, in those sectors, we also kind of state our appetite, how we are going to be willing in increasing our lending appetite or decreasing, what we would expect from the customers or industries working in those sectors, that they would also think about transforming themselves and also kind of helping the countries, helping the societies to achieve those Paris Agreement goals. So I would say when it comes to lending process, it's going as is, it's nothing new. And actually the most important thing is actually this mutual understanding of each other. Do we understand the customer's business model? Do we understand if there is enough cash flow to cover the debt? On another hand, there is an additional add-on where we talk about environment, social, governance topics. And I would say that this E letter, environment, is most probably most defined or most clear, where when it comes to social and governance topics, I would say that there are much more unclarity, and we even ourselves are also not very sure what to ask customers, what kind of information to ask, how it will be, how those topics will be assessed in 5 or 10 years period. So actually I fully agree that kind of even in the lending process, we are in the transition already, and we will stay there for the years to come.
So I see that there is a growing customer awareness in the market, and banks, in fact, under their own initiative, started kind of to move into this green finance area. And I recall when we were together with EBRD and European Commission working on Lithuanian strategy for green and sustainable finance, there was a question, what kind of supervisory incentives might be for the banks? And Gediminas started its opening speech about incentives. So would you see some possibilities from your side, some easier capital requirements or maybe other incentives?
It's a wrong approach. It's a wrong approach to think, yeah, but listen, we just talked about not to label. So if Sonata comes with a product saying it's a green loan, would this mean that we should require less capital on this? It's just because it is labeled like this. And banking is about risk management. Risk management is about the perceived and understood and taken risks. So the major question is this green exposure of less risk? And if this brown exposure is of a higher risk, and therefore we punish this through, for example, higher liquidity ratio. Do we all agree here that climate change is a systematic risk? Do we? Or we don't? So if we agree with it is a systematic risk, should we include this into the overall macroprudential framework of banking? Because this is a risk, it's systematic, and it might systematically affect the banking industry. So this is the open questions. There are no answers to them, and some countries are more advanced. For instance, the UK, they are considering this perspective, but they left the EU, and probably we stay somewhere behind. But this is the very good question. I didn't like the labeling, right? But I liked very much what Inga said, transparency and transition. So I give you a couple of numbers now in terms of the transparency, and I leave you to think about the transition. So transportation as a sector is very important now in Lithuania. It grew a lot. And together with the growth of the transportation sector, the greenhouse gas emission grew almost twice. Storage, transportation, and manufacturing account for around 2/3 of overall greenhouse gas emission in Lithuania. And their indicators in terms of the greenhouse emission are twice as bad as the EU average. 1/3 of the bank industry loan portfolio, 1/4, sorry, are to these sectors. So how will banking sector will contribute or will incentivize this transition now? And I liked very much what Sonata said. We should differentiate between brown client and brown lending, because it may seem that these sectors, someone could, I don't like to label, but someone may say they are brownish. But we could do a very good job by incentivizing them, by providing lending to move to a more environmentally sustainable business model, because as economic sectors, they are of a crucial importance of our economy. So this is my answer. It's about risks, because moving to a greener stance, into a greener or green investments should mean lower risk, because the economies will change. And in the future economy, I mean, if you are a brown company, if you make brown business, you basically don't have future. From today's perspective, It's of a higher risk lending. And are we slow? That's a very good question. Was thinking. I think we'll be faster. Why? Because before 24th of February, we had an ambition. But now we do have a motivation as well, as a Europe, to move towards greener economy, in a way getting rid of this, so to say, Russian energy and all this. And for us as a country, I see as a huge change in a way that greening is a start line for countries as ours. Because economies before were very much dependent on the fossil fuel, energy from Russia, oil, gas, on this, all that. And we were dependent on these energy on countries that provide these raw materials. But solar energy, wind energy, new forms of energies, in a way, they create a new start line where countries as ours may become actually energy exporters. And this may change the landscape. It's just that we do have ambition, now we do have a strong motivation. What we need to do, something that typically we lack, but I'm sure that we would change. We do need implementation. So that's my wish.
Thank you, Gediminas. So I understand there are no hopes for the banks to get some easement on capital requirements. Inga, what are other challenges then?
Well, I wouldn't give up on capital. I think there are still discussions on, green supporting factor and brown penalizing factor. But going back to challenges, I think I would like to point out two major challenges in addition to what has been discussed. I think data, and data. In order for us to understand our own profile Scope 3 emissions, we need to understand our customers' Scope 3 emissions. And of course, for that, we need to have open data registers. We have tried to experiment with our Sustainable Innovation Hub, Rocket, where we have given a task to one of the startups to try to measure CO2 footprint of our customers based on transactions. And of course, that was not possible to do because of the data. So we do need to build transparent data registers and open registers. Another challenge, which I also see, I see the danger of crowding out, of us being crowded out, because we see multilateral financial institutions such as the EIB, NIB, EBRD, also national funds, also lending at sustainability. And of course, the role is actually to provide guarantees, to co-invest where the risk is too high for commercial banks. And there will be, of course, failures. And I see that the role of those institutions is actually to facilitate and provide transition financing where the risk is too high for commercial banks. But of course, what we do see that sometimes there is a tendency to go for low-hanging fruit and for the same customers that are within our risk profile.
Thank you, Inga. We talked a lot about common covered bond framework, and in fact, Luminor is a pioneer among the Baltic banks to issue covered bonds, and definitely part of the proceeds would go back to kind of, again, to other lending projects. But just overall, your feeling on Luminor and other Baltic banks, what is, in fact, the capacity of the banks for the green lending? How much you could allocate?
I think that there is no need to be worried when it comes to limitations, when it comes to debt. So I think capital markets started really to develop quite in a very good direction over the last years here. So the interest per se is very high. Of course, at the moment we have a kind of downturn given the geographical situation or the geopolitical situation. So it will hopefully this is fading out over the next weeks or months to come. And I think this is very much related to what was discussed in the panel before, very much related to communication. Because in general, this region has very low level of economic ties to Russia, Belarus, or Ukraine, and there are other areas in Europe where the relationships are much deeper than here. So hopefully this will go away. And when it comes to issuing green bonds, if I read capital markets correctly at the moment, the advantage is roughly 5 basis points. This is the starting point. Let's see how this will develop over the next years.
Thank you, Peter. And before jumping to the questions from the audience, question to all panelists, what your clients, your businesses you serve should be aware in terms of green lendings, and what kind of to-do lists for your customers? Sonata, maybe you would start.
Maybe before jumping into the clients, as I do also agree with Inga that we can also learn from some of the clients, I think that there is also important missing element where most probably we could improve faster and better is if we could have what our Vice Minister of Finance was referring to, working ecosystem with the same methodology. Because if we made an experiment, for example, right now, and all three of us representing different banks would come up with some calculation on certain, for example, CO2 emissions per customer, per portfolio, whatever, we would bring totally different numbers, I might guess, and I'm pretty sure that the guess is correct. So we might get different numbers for the same thing we would calculate. So I think that we really need to kind of create this ecosystem, which could be like maybe one of the very important steps for executing the ambition, where kind of we would set certain same rules or same models or same methodology to get things in order and to have them to have the same understanding both in both sides, regulator, finance industry, even the customers who also have to calculate things. And coming back to your question, what about customers? So I would say that the first thing is to acknowledge that it's our responsibility, common responsibility, for the customers, for the banks, for the politicians to care about the future and to do the changes needed. And I also liked one of the panelists' discussion. I think it was Mr. Nava saying that we have to have this long-term perspective. And I think for the bank, it's also the same. If we would run for the quarterly results, then most probably this brown financing would last longer. And I think it's very important for everyone to commit that green transition also has its own price. And we just need to commit to that. So I would say this acknowledgement and commitment, taking the responsibility to drive the change is the first step.
Thank you. Inga, your advice to your clients?
Well, I think ESG, my advice is ESG has to be taken very seriously. It is not a CSI exercise. ESG risk is now part of the credit risk. We are building ESG profiles of our customers, and they will become more granular, so we will be asking more questions, just like we did during KYC. So, this is here to stay. Please take it seriously. Also build frameworks and governance. And I think the best example is what happened to Tesla, which was excluded from S&P 500. At the same time, ExxonMobil, oil company, was kept on it. So that's just to stress the importance of the governance, the framework, and overall ESG.
Peter.
Yeah, I think it's very much about building up competencies on client side, but also in the banking industry. Because I completely agree that it's a risk decision. And do I really have the right skills in place? I think banks are very good in judging business models of traditional industries. Are we really good in dealing with business models which are much more related to technology? I have the impression there is room for improvement also on the side of financial industry. And do I have enough people in risk management department who are able to understand what client telling us? And I think there is also room for improvement.
Thank you. And now it's time for the questions from the audience. Yes, Jim, please.
I have a small comment regarding crowding out by IFIs, so I thought I had a right of reply. One of the things that EBRD does in every deal that they do is we accept scale down. So if the private sector support is there, we'll actually move away from the transaction, and we're quite regular to do it. In terms of guarantees, we have to be realistic about it. It's 100% risk weighted. Right? IFIs, generally speaking, even though we look really important, we're actually a tiny part of the financial community. So we'd be spending any of our firepower if we were using carte blanche guarantees. So the reply for us is to be very, very selective. And we're selective in such a way that if we think we can mobilize more finance by supporting a deal directly, we'll do it. But we do walk away.
Thank you, Jim. Yes, I see a question from the lady here.
Hello, my name is Audronė Elijošiūtė. I'm representing Responsible Business Association of Lithuania. So thank you for this discussion. I was waiting for it for 40 years nearly. Finally, it's here. My question would be, have you ever thought about refusing of even brown investments? Because World Business Council for Sustainable Development says that sustainability is a past. Now we have to talk about the regenerative business. And this is a business that doesn't have any impact.
So, who is going to take this question? Sonata.
I think we have touched already that topic previously, and when I was referring to, for example, to the defined sector. Hello? Yeah? Okay. So even today we do have to take certain decisions where we are not entering certain deals. So actually it's, it's the conscious choice of what you are setting as your strategy.
I think, we all have positions on certain sectors and frameworks. And, as Sonata says, today we refuse to enter into certain deals. But again, the purpose, what we have discussed, not to end up with stranded assets. The purpose actually is to facilitate transition and have an inclusive environment which allows industries and customers to transition. So I think that's the ultimate goal, not to push away, but as much as possible to transition. But, there will be, of course, those that will have to be left outside.
Thank you. More questions? So, looking at the time and the fact that the lunch is very, very close, I guess it's time to finalize our discussion. I would like to thank all the panelists, Mr. Gediminas Šimkus, Ms. Sonata Gutauskaitė-Bubnelienė, Singas Kisaker, and Peter Bosek for participation, insights. And now, after this discussion, when I look at the title of our panel, Green Lending as a Reinvention of the Banking. So the conclusion would be, it's not an reinvention, it's just a continuous improvement. We're working in a dynamic world. Things are changing quite rapidly, and I'm glad to see that the banking industry follows the needs of the clients. They think about products which may meet the needs of the clients. And obviously, I'm very happy to see that our regulator also has a hands-on approach, and topics as green lending, they are not strange. So I think we are in the right boat, which will go to the right direction. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
So, welcome back. We'll start the last part of this conference, the last session or panel. Sustainability has become a holy grail for many businesses, or is it already the only possible way to operate? In this session, the ways and tools to verify sustainability versus greenwashing will be discussed, as well as the experience of conversion from a conventional to a sustainable business model and the prospects for future developments. To moderate this last panel discussion of today's conference, we welcome Evars Bergmanis, Head of Institutional Markets at LHV Bank. Mr. Bergmanis has more than 30 years of global financial market experience. After working for 4 years on the buy side in Australia with Colonial Mutual Investment Management, he has spent the rest of his time on the sell side. This included 7 years in London with HSBC Investment Bank, where he was the global coordinator for natural resources research and part of an institutional investor research award-winning team. Since 2004, he has focused on the Baltics and has participated directly in almost every significant Baltics-related IPO ECM transaction, including as a senior team member of SAB and Skilda from 2007 to 2008, and Suprema Securities Evely from 2004 to 2006. Since 2010, he has been with LHV Bank. I now welcome the panelists to the stage.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, let's please have my fellow distinguished panel members come on board as well. Okay, we are very fortunate here. We have Thomas Tybblad from Nasdaq, Head of ESG Solutions. We have Kęstutis Juščius, CEO of Alga Group. We have Eivile Čipuda from the Lithuanian Banking Association. I would have just said LBA, but I said it in full. And Simonas Gustainas from Balcap. So we have 3 parts today that we would like to have a look at, and the first one is very much an intro. What's been happening up until now? This morning's and early afternoon's discussions have covered a fairly broad area. And for us, I think what we want to look at is, are there very specific things which have been overlooked, not only here locally, but internationally, and where things might be moving, especially in a Baltic context going forwards. So ESG in recent events have seen parties on both sides of the Atlantic taken to task for greenwashing. We've seen it in the news. Also in terms of upsets or intense debates, looking at whether or not someone is excluded from an index, such as the Tesla scenario. At the same time, standards vary extremely significantly, and we very much do live in a global market for capital. So today, the fresh perspectives we are looking from our panelists will include, obviously, Nasdaq. That gives us the market infrastructure view. We have the Banking Association, which are finance providers. We have private equity, again, finance providers, and also a listed corporate entity who has raised public equity and debt, and therefore itself also a critical sustainability-related sector. And maybe some thoughts also from myself, focusing on some size-related elements, particularly due to the fact that we are, at the end of the day, located here in the Baltics and the context of international markets. Perhaps the term sustainability could actually be a better match than going forwards and strictly using the letters E, S, and G. So here's one thing to think about immediately, and I'll give you a clue. Obviously, especially in Europe, the world has changed very much since February. So then it comes to labeling champions, which is our panel discussion. What does it actually take? And the default here, of course, is the assumption usually that it's the entity taking the capital, debt and or equity that we're talking about. We'll throw that round a little bit in the opposite direction at the end of the discussion. But then I think it's important to understand what are the very brief general observations so far from each of the panelists. What is more important in their view? Is it the E for these sort of companies, raising the money, looking for the money? Maybe it's the S factor, or maybe it's the G. What takes it to be a champion? Maybe it's biodiversity, maybe it's something else. So let's get some initial responses there. So maybe Evelyn, you go first.
Thank you. Well, it seems that it should be obvious that it is E, right? And maybe only because it is easier to comply with, or at least start thinking of E, because there's some definitions we have already on the table. If we look at S and G, so you have to invent what you think about that, right? And we have social taxonomy already on the way in Brussels, and it is not going to be easy because to quantify social things will be even maybe more difficult than to quantify carbon emissions. But I think that actually G can be precondition for successful ENS. If you have good governance, that could lead you to achieve other goals. So probably that will be my first reflection.
Okay, thank you. Thomas?
Yeah, I think I can just echo what you said. I think the E is a bit simpler than the S. In terms of the next focus area, I think we will move into the diversity. That's we see that more and more from investor side, that it's becoming more and more interesting and a focus area. Unfortunately, I think that is even more complex than the climate or the CO2 emissions. But I think we're going to see that. And also echo what you said here in terms of the G. I see that as an overarching, and you need to have that in place in order to be efficient and good at the other areas.
Just as a clarifying question for myself, I mean, Nordics have very much been at the forefront of ESG. In this respect of who's a champion and who isn't, over the years, big changes that you've noticed? What's considered? Has there been a dynamic change, or it's been quite fixed right throughout time?
No, I think it is, as you said, evolving. I think we have seen very much this from a negative screening to positive screening to more dynamic assessment of the different corporates, more a holistic view. I think that's going to continue, even if we get the standards, the taxonomy, etc. That will help, but the whole sustainability area is complex. It's not black and white. There needs to be more assessments. So this dynamic view of the sustainability will continue, I think.
Perfect. So that's, I think, already an early theme that we've touched on. So it's not something fixed, welded in place, and it's never changing. And as you mentioned as well, not black and white, but evolving through time. Maybe Simonas from the private equity perspective.
Yes, I had a chance to see a graph where there was, I think, like 100 listed companies' ratings charted on the basis of two ratings agencies, ESG ratings, and basically there was no correlation. It was just a fog. And then to me, this noise, I think, implies that there is no clear path, and to overthink rules probably now would be maybe even wrong. And in our firm, we tend to focus where we are related to, let's say, actual businesses, not infrastructure. We tend to focus on materiality. So it can be, in some cases, environmental topics can be very material. In some cases, social topics can be very material in the change that you want to achieve. But of course, you need to have proper governance in order to enable those changes.
Just as a clarifying question, you mentioned fog. That can be dangerous, but just maybe in a little bit more detail. So you had, what, a couple of reputable agencies, or how did it actually look?
I forget which agency it was, but it was the same 100 listed companies, and there are now ESG ratings according to which supposedly you can invest. And those ratings for the same company from 2 ratings agencies, they show different results, and you cannot chart them on a path where you can see correlation between the two. So what this then means to me is that the method is not there, even when you have very developed companies, very developed rating agencies, and therefore to over-focus on the method that is not yet there, I think is wrong. And we, from our side, we focus more on the material aspects of a specific industry and of a specific company that we can change in order to achieve an improvement in its, let's say, range of risks and topics that need to be addressed in that investment.
So I guess what is clear is that it's not clear, which is somewhat also reinforcing Thomas's view about dynamic change. So we are very much in a changing world. With that in mind, I think we should already start moving to the second topic. Now, maybe it's something, well, it hasn't come up so far yet today. For some people, this might be very much akin to throwing the cat among the pigeons, but we have to talk about it. And that is defense and ESG/sustainability. So again, is it something rigid to be excluded, or is it something flexible? So energy security was certainly brought up earlier today. Some extremely valid arguments put forward, but perhaps there's more to this, using this additional angle. And up until recently, it was widely deemed that the defense sector was strictly off limits for the ESG investors. However, certain Swedish investors in particular have, since the invasion of Ukraine, changed such a stance. Now, what are some of the unfortunate practical considerations if we think about an invasion? So if we want to actually refer to the letters, we have E and environmental degradation. We have S, the social aspect and displacement of people, involuntary of course, including fundamental rights to lead a peaceful, law-abiding life. And G, which is very much, let's say, governance, but also perhaps it's about, let's say, more political approaches, which could mean everything from fundamental things such as, well, intellectual rights, private property rights, right through perhaps, if you want to talk about governance and defense as a sector to invest in, what types of weapons might be involved. So it begs the question whether sustainability of internationally recognized and perhaps democratically chosen sovereign borders should actually be incorporated into a so-called sustainability universe or sustainability perspective. In Latin, of course, there is the adage of, if you want peace, prepare for war. Now, I do admit that's using this maybe a little bit aggressively. I mean, the traditional interpretation is it's peace through strength. So a strong society being less likely to have, let's say, undesirable consequences happen to it. But certainly a relevant concept since February 24th. And especially with the news of Finland and Sweden looking to join NATO, it does provide an additional twist. So in Sweden, and we're very fortunate to have Nordic representation on this panel today, one company, maybe you can guess, has more or less doubled in price since February 24th, and that is Saab. So perhaps Thomas can provide some insights here, how the situation on the ground has changed for NASDAQ-listed companies in the Nordics on this particular topic, any special mentions, and maybe what about Saab itself?
Yes, absolutely. As you probably all understand, the sentiment in Sweden and Finland has changed quite dramatically. But in terms of Saab, I think I have a quite interesting anecdote, because I participated in a panel 2 weeks ago, and the CFO of Saab was on this panel as well. And he said that before the 24th of February, he couldn't more or less get any meeting with fund managers. They invited them, no response, more or less. He had to write personally mail to investors to get meetings with them, to describe their strategy, etc. And after 24th of February, everyone wanted to meet them. So it's such a dramatic shift, and you also start to then reclassify them, whether they should be deemed sustainable or not. So I think this is a really good example of the problem, what is sustainable or not. And I think to a certain extent, you will have different views, perspectives. It will not be just one definition. So the most important thing, I would say, once again, and has been mentioned before as well here during the day, is the data. You need to be able to find accurate and easily accessible data, and then the investors and their end clients make up their mind after their profile and after their desire in terms of type of investment. But they can make an informed investment, and that's the key.
Okay, thank you. Eva, maybe from your perspective, that this is a new sector. Could it be something for financing, and what does the Banking Association think?
Yeah, so actually I will start responding from the times when Trump was a president of the US, because I think he made a first kick to Europe and said, we don't want to be world policemen anymore. You should develop your own defense industry. But so a couple of years ago, when negotiations for the EU budget, for 7-year budget, were ongoing, so it was the first attempt for EU to start building its own defense industry EU-wide. So there was European Defense Fund introduced, but during all negotiations it was cut and cut and cut. Apparently there was no interest. So if you ask me this question 3 months ago, I would tell you just forget about that. And actually the defense companies, or companies that deal with dual use products, some quite often they have problems even to make payments. They used to have problems for AML and terrorist financing reasons, but now of course everything has changed. And just a week ago I also participated in a conference where I did myself a presentation and about the top watch list, and I had their question, what about defense? What do we do with it? So it was a week ago where it's obvious that we will have to do something with it. And in a week I managed to have some conversation with the bank. So how do we see it, and what will have to be? And so probably sort of early understanding emerges that we will have to deal with this because we need it. And what we see in Sweden and Finland joining NATO, and also Germany is going to invest 150 billion in the next 5 years in the defense industry, which is a great also business opportunity. So I think we will have to find a way to integrate it into ESG.
Just a clarifying question on that particular topic. So if I understand correctly, up until now, it's been, well, pardon the pun, off the radar. But at the moment, and obviously we don't need names or anything like that, to your understanding, this is also perhaps a sector, if we're talking about loan exposures or lending limits or anything like that, where it probably might not even have an allocation considered, let's say from a bank risk weighting or exposure perspective.
I would just put it maybe in this way, it definitely was not a priority sector to invest, because especially if we're talking about payments or clients somewhere outside the EU, the data becomes immediately blurred, and that's something just, of course, it's often banks decide to rather avoid. And now, of course, everything changes. And maybe one more point, that ESG is so a translation of something, right? So the source of the ESG is Sustainable Development Goals, which is 69 different goals, and we can, well, there's so many aspects of human lives are defined there that we can find definitely ground for developing a defense industry.
Okay, thank you. Simonas, from the private equity perspective, has anything changed? Have you seen anything, the past, the future?
Our sector is relatively slow in terms of this adaptation, and we are kind of at the mercy of our investors, and for now we don't see a particular push towards more defense. Maybe it's too early yet. At the same time, I was now, while you were talking, I was struggling a bit to come up with a KPI table when you have a defense company and then, okay, you have this amount of bullets, this amount of rockets, and so on. It's relatively complicated when then you have another, let's say, a medical business where you talk about saving lives. And to mash it together sounds a complex exercise in the head.
Well, I guess we don't have to fully have an ammunition-based approach. It could also be, detection and electronics, these sort of things from a, let's say, pure defensive perspective.
Of course, there is cybersecurity where you can focus many things.
Okay. Good. And I think then what that basically says is that this is highly likely to be a new evolving sector, which not only banks, I think, are going to be looking at, investors are going to be potentially looking at, and obviously budding entrepreneurs wanting to perhaps develop new things, not just for the Baltics, but more from an international perspective. So things change, and that's just been, I think, reiterated in our discussion here. Now, the third angle of our panel, I think, is also then perhaps turning things around 180 degrees. So Baltics are a small region, and perhaps we should redefine whether the sustainability champion shouldn't so much only be a corporate or undertaking of a budding entrepreneur, but perhaps there's someone else. Perhaps we should actually focus on the investors. And certainly up until now, Kęstutis hasn't spoken, and this is why we've saved his best ideas until later on into the panel. So if we look at investing in champions, engaging sustainability, are there any factors we really need to remember in doing this sustainable investment more efficiently? And investors, well, I think they also realize that there's domination of, very much dominance of SMEs in the Baltics, the challenging size of listed companies versus other countries or regions, the access of listed companies to investment, and the challenges of indexation that we actually experience here. So what I'm talking about here is, and the name came up earlier today, Frontier, and that's despite EU, Eurozone, NATO, and OECD club memberships. So perhaps there's another way to include a sustainability angle at an EU level that maybe avoids the classic indexation approach. So we're embracing very much across Europe the Capital Markets Union, or CMU. Perhaps there's a sustainability angle to an index that could look at this. So rather than the traditional approach, we could have here all companies in and across the European Union visible and, let's say, more investable, having the right infrastructure to both retail investors, other investors, who would be actually looking perhaps for this sort of exposure and understanding, rather than maybe just looking for the larger, very large market capitalized companies. Because at the end of the day, and this is moving very much towards Kęstutis' territory, a lot of innovators are actually not only SMEs, but smaller market capitalization companies. Other things have to exist in that same infrastructure as well. One thing is trading ability, such as NASDAQ market infrastructure, but other aspects are very important as well. And we cannot forget about investment research availability. I mean, we've had some very positive changes for small enterprises across Europe that are listed in terms of rebundling when it comes to commissions. And in addition to that, there is also then increasing engagement of retail investors and perhaps also growing, let's say, focus of and also fund flows coming from family offices, which are providing impetus for, let's say, more attention towards these sort of companies. So ultimately, and perhaps Kęstutis can provide some personal observations. I mean, Auga Group is approximately 100 million market cap company, which has actually raised both equity and debt. That includes debt in the form of a green bond, 20 million. I mean, Kęstutis, is there anything you'd like to comment on initially, whether you see that the market is efficient in terms of capital distribution and access in public markets, or are there some particular challenges or disadvantages smaller companies have to put up with? So just in terms of just in terms of access to capital, so we did you had a 20 million green bond. We heard earlier today that there's a lot of attention and interest in investing. 100 million market cap equity. Do you see people lining up at the door, or how is the system structured at the moment?
A little bit later. Okay, thank you. So today I heard a lot of discussions about sustainability. Nothing actually not had nowhere was propositions what we must do to make forward. This was just discussions. So my last slide will be about proposals. How we can change that sustainability gets legs, not only in lips. So could you move back a slide, please? Okay, thank you. So about green bonds, by being listed and by being largest organic agriculture company in Europe, it looks like sizable business already or not. And I said, okay, if we wanted to change farming towards better, the farming which emits now approximately 2 till 3 second or third emitter of the greenhouses in the world, and I want to disrupt it and to make it carbon neutral. It's a great story for green bonds or not, if you want to raise capital. So we made together with viewers, thank you for this gentleman, he's a really good advisor and good banker. So we make a framework agreement, we got certification, and let's run on the market. So how many you think in percentage we got from green investors? Just bet it. Very good answer. For institutionals, we got 0. And I can't say that 0 in total, because maybe 30% was retail investors who bought bonds also, and maybe them are related with sustainability, sustainable linked person, and so on. And I met one at least person said, I like a story about the green bonds and invest in your company for green bonds. But it was person, not institutional. And you heard here a lot stories, is billions floating here, you can get billions, there are no market and so on. How it can be, huh? My personal story. So we run in the market and starting looking, okay, starting from the largest pension funds and so on, you know, and we meet, arranging your meeting, you meet these guys in the meeting, and there are 3 guys that say, okay, sorry, we don't have, we can't buy your bonds because you are not rated company, Moody's rated or Fitch rated. Okay, how much, how big I must be rated? 15 million euros EBITDA till 100 million euros. Oh, I have only sales. So I need maybe 10 years to get the certificate on Moody's. So the largest company in Europe who wants to change this business, he can't get financing because he's too small. So can farmers get green financing to change the farming industry? What do you think? It looks like not. Then if it looks like now on the screen, this is a green bond values. Where are we coming to? We're coming, of course, to energy. And you look in industry, you don't see even the number. Also in agriculture, it's negligible numbers. On the right, you see global emissions. These two industries, like industry and agriculture, all together with so much emissions, but there are no any money here. And they look later on the buildings. You see very nice buildings, so much green bonds on building value, because we just financing retail. Real estate is very good, big numbers, big pockets, big issues. And there is nothing really green, is greenwashing from day one when we invest. Because 10% of, approximately 10% of all the emissions in the world is concrete. If we're financing buildings, so we finance for sure concrete, and concrete is 10% of emissions. And you see here, I bet is 40% of emission, 40% green bonding to this, because it's most easiest way to get money, because it's super big, large projects. This is really, this green bonds situation is real green wash. Green bonds is greenwash. I not apply anymore for green bonds if the situation will not change, never. So this is unfortunately, yeah. So let's go to next slide. So the green bonds, the sizes of the companies. If a company is of 50 till 100 million EBITDA must to generate to apply for these green bonds, we have in Lithuania maybe 10 or 15 companies who can apply out of 50,000, 100,000, how much companies are here in Lithuania? So, and we see also number of 1 billion green bonds established here in Baltics. So one bank, which is sitting here also, he said, I asked him, how much you have your loan portfolio? 7 billions. So how much of these 7 billions you have in green loans? Maybe 20 million. So this is, and then you look on this profile, where this money comes, this 1 billion, it comes to these energetic companies like government-owned companies, which we, even will be no green bonds, we can always get access to the capital, no way, no problems. We can go to any bank and they get financed. So does these green bonds made any impact? Change for climate change? No, because we can do the same investments with regular money and we can get access to this. So we need to construct a structure that everyone who wants to change his industry, business, services, small, medium enterprises, we can get to special financing structure, but the structure will motivate them to change. You know, we hear a lot of guys talking about sustainability, every second, third word sustainability. And you go down later to Šiauliai city or I don't know, in Radviliški city and meet an entrepreneur and ask him about sustainability. He looks for last line, profit line, because it is incomes for his family, for jobs, for expansion, for kids. And we need to motivate them that by everyday choices you do in your business, strategically, investments, you need to get better sustainable options. And it's because it's more better for you economically wise. And that's how must be structured investments, how must be structured the green financing, and not establishing more green bonds for big corporates. My proposal, one of his proposals, you know, so before coming to this conference, I thought maybe it will be not actual anymore because I see a lot of proposals here on the conference I will not use this slide. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing anyone. So I can share this slide now. So very important. So does this Šiauliai entrepreneur in Šiauliai, does he understand something about sustainability? Of course not. But if you want to get more money, you need to read books, how much he emits, and you start understand. Because if you want to get more money, you need to learn about yourself. First thing. And then if it looks like we already created taxonomy regulations, all these kind of things. So what kind of rules, where is Excel sheets, where you're putting your numbers, say you know how much you emit. So it's easy to implement. But motivation first. First, you need to see a motivation to start learning. The second thing is very important. If we're setting structures for financing, the structure is not anymore only return on equity. Because if you look like on commercial banks, I not blame commercial banks because they work also for return on equity. This is number we're fighting, you know, and their board is one number for CEO of any bank, return on equity, pay more dividend and be more secure to long-term growth. And this is a role of a bank, a role of any business, make more return on equity. So why are you asking from them to lend money for more risk? Even, you know, the central bank not allows him to do this. Say, look, no, it's wrong attention here. No, it's wrong. You can't make to lenders better propositions. No. For green, no, never. So we're not allowed to use less capital. This looks like normal. Huh? If you less capital for green loans, which is, they said, that's less risky probably. Like people getting less, we need less capital for private loans. That's why loans for privates are cheaper. But unfortunately, our central bank says, no, it's not allowed. So how will you motivate bankers to finance the green investments? How? If central banks say also, no. We have regular structure only about risks. So my proposition that it must be a mixture of banks. We must be here because we are here. We have structure, people, resources, and we have a lot of money also. And they getting a lot of deposits from simple people and they need to pay higher rates for them. So we need to finance. And the moment we see a situation that foreign banks are coming and fighting for same big customers, that's also make a contender, you know, and we're not fighting for these smaller customers, no one. And that's I wanted to little bit explain that bankers must be in the structure because we have money and we have people and sources to validate every business case. From the risks, does this business case is risk valid? Does this business case can return, will pay back the loan? Does it? And we have a structure. And equity investors, the investor or equity investor or businessman, if he investing like in first diagram, where is 50% you need to invest themselves and 50% get from the bank, the project return must be 11.5 if you expect 20% return. So this guy who is equity investor, if you ask him what kind of money I need to get back, if I invest in any company, he says 3 times in 5 years. This is his target. Of course, you say 25, it's probably, but 20 is still okay, huh? And then it will be 20. So that's why number is 20. It looks like awful. Everyone say, oh, this is not sustainable, 20, but this is what a business asks. So that's why I especially mentioned these big numbers, because these numbers is from reality. We look for 20 return. And in one case, if you're financing half by half with bankers, so your project return is 11.5, so you need to wait, you know, so you need to, the project will be repaid in 8 years. No, sorry, return on the investment, so opposite repayment term. So this project will be, it takes more time. It takes more time to get investment back for investor. If you will construct a structure, there will be investor, there will be also bankers who will finance same amount, 50%, but also will be specially dedicated green funds, where we will make like, will provide like a subordinated loans, will provide like a mezzanine financing, but they will look for same like green investors on green frameworks. Will look what you will do, what you will provide, how much emissions you cut. So, and the tender in this case will be not for your returns, but a tender how much I will bring you money, how much you CO2 emissions you will cut. A return, and that's I call it return on CO2 emissions. And this kind of structures we also exist in Lithuania. Already in Lithuania, like APVA, the company which provides subsidies for different investments for sustainability linked. So we said, this is 10 million, for example, project, everybody can apply, and we will choose the best project which for smallest money will bring highest amount of CO2 emissions. The logic is behind here, and there are people and there are a lot of structure behind it. And we have already, for financing people, we also have structures like in Vega, or we have like Viva. We have a lot of the team and members. We get only extra one thing we can do, say, this is a green link. If you, like a businessman, you can apply to us, we will validate your project. If you will show with your project, which must be also certificated project, and must be later due diligence done, it must be later final report and after the project's finished. This is that normal in the green financing. And if you will commit to the CO2 cutting emissions, we will finance 25% of your project. And then your project will be paid 1.5 times faster. So even this project will cost you more, because sustainable things are costing generally more. So you will still get the same 20% return. So that's how we change the industries, how we change the small enterprises. That's how we can motivate for change. This is my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Kęstutis. Maybe just to help those that need just a couple more moments to understand the diagram, maybe we can just bring that third diagram back up for a moment, please. Just to re-clarify, and then I'd love to get some input from our panelists here as well. So just to be 100% correct, you're saying the bank is still providing a senior loan with some sort of collateral. The interest rate doesn't change. And ultimately then the green fund is coming through, it's getting, let's say, the funding initially is coming to the government, but it's then getting a premium return compared to the cost of borrowing from the market. So the taxpayer isn't just giving away something for nothing, they're actually getting a better return. Maybe you could just qualify that.
You know, because this, oh. So it's we heard here about this billions and billions the government will receive for this change. So in this my proposal, the taxpayers doesn't pay nothing for this green change. The taxpayers actually will earn money because government can borrow for 1% and can sell for 6%, minus administration costs. So this is, if even one project will collapse, and even 10 projects collapse, if in this project will work also banks, will screen that these guys are fraud guys or not. This is why I say that especially banks need it in here, because we have structure behind to validate projects from the zero risks part. And I think this kind of, it will maybe will be every 2% if the projects will collapse, but impact with €1 of this kind backing sustainable businesses will be huge.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, Kęstutis. Simonas, you're about to jump in with a comment about the expected returns earlier.
Yeah, thank you for calculating my returns in advance and negotiating for me also. So it's always good that somebody does the job. This I have seen being done in promoting the VC sector by EIF at least in the Baltics. It has worked very well. This logic of positive leverage, I think probably we should call it this way. So as a tool, it makes sense. Where probably one should work on a bit more is in terms of this validation, because if you want a mass result, you need some sort of a wholesale solution of validation. And then there, I guess, there is a need for more rules, for more clarity, which may turn it into a relatively difficult product to sell. If that is solvable, I wouldn't see much of a problem to work with that. Addressing your topic, because I think it's not talking about you, this particular structure, it's more talking about access to...
It's not for me, it's for generally how to boost industries and the businesses and services, small enterprises towards sustainability choices.
Because your topic is more about equity, actually. So you complaining that people don't leverage you, I think you need equity. You need to talk to me more.
Like enough equity, so.
Okay, Emil, any views from the banking sector on this?
Yes, I think, well, I'll start with the good news. So by 2050, we all will be carbon free. So that is already decided. It's the only thing, patience, right? And of course, how we are going to get there, and each company how will do that, it's up to imagination and maybe a matter of taste, right? So if I look at our train of thought within the bank, so say a year ago, we talking among us, we were worried that, okay, where are we going to invest? There will be not enough green companies. So that was our worry. That's why we started. So let's start talking about that. And then we understood that it's not going to be. I mean, we won't be able to build green portfolios only in investing in champions. We really have to make all of the companies move, and of course the SMEs are the backbone of EU and I think world economy. So we have to find a way to make SMEs go green. Well, first green and overall ESG. And the simplest way, if we look just at the money, of course. So the message, that is easiest to understand is there will be simply no money for the ones that will not be green. So the motivation is very clear. So, now is the period where I call it the honeymoon period, where we can talk about sustainability. It's so nice, it's great, it's saving the planet and so on, but it's just 1 or 2 years, and then I think the banks might be blamed for not lending money for the companies, and so we are just trying to make sure that nobody tells us, well, why you didn't tell us? Well, because at the moment what banks are doing inside, they are creating a new currency. That is carbon currency, and that is going to replace or at least go hand in hand with maybe digital euro or other currencies.
Okay, thank you. Thomas, any views? I mean, Nordics have always been real innovators. I mean, sustainability, ESG. What about in this sort of direction?
Yes, maybe I will not be as energetic as you, the former speaker here, but I'll do my best. And just to feedback on that, I think I agree on one point and I disagree on another point in terms of your presentation here. Definitely that the funding of smaller business, it is a problem, definitely. And I can come back to that, but it's we can see it very much in the carbon removal space as well. I can come back to that. In terms of the green bonds and the sustainable bonds, I don't think it's bad. I think it's a really important part of the market, and it's so even though it's tilted towards a typical type of borrower, that is very important to get that capital flowing as well. And in the previous presentations where we had the sustainable linked bonds, I think that's a fantastic, really interesting vehicle in order to obtain what you described, but also for the bigger ones. So you can have these linked to very to well-defined sustainability goals, both on the climate side and others, and not just linked to a specific project. I think that's really interesting, and hopefully a instrument that will prevail. In terms of the smaller sizes, smaller tickets, fully agree, that is a problem, and the transaction cost for each dollar or euro, it's very high, and even more when you go into the green bond side, because you need the frameworks, you need more data, you need more documentation, etc. So there, it's really a need to find a more other solutions. This is really interesting solution, absolutely. I think we will see initiatives in terms of more maybe fintech-based solutions to reduce the transaction cost, to make the whole chain cheaper and simpler. But that would probably just lower the barrier, the threshold, so to say. You will still have the challenges with the smaller businesses that you described. And as I said, Nasdaq, a year ago we went into the carbon removal side, and we're active in a Pure Earth, which is a carbon removal facilitator. So it's a standard organization, registry, and a marketplace for these kind of certificates. So where you have a processor in industry that has a process that actually captures CO2 and store it in a durable way, you can package that as a certificate and sell to a company that want to manage their emissions. And there we have the same problem. You have like biochar facilities that it's a fantastic idea. It's so green it can be, and the investors should stand there on queue. But the transaction cost becomes too high.
I agree with you 100%, and actually in Sweden it's not a so big problem. We have a really specific problem for this Baltic and developed markets, and we have been visited the largest green bond fund in Stockholm, so the CEB 2 billion fund, and we said, oh, great story, but I'm so sorry, I can't invest in not rated outside Nordics. If I will have a business case in Sweden, so I can get finance, but not in Lithuania, unfortunately. And we sit here, see a lot of politicians and financial institutions, our government representatives are here. Could you listen, could you compare a situation for companies who want to make impact in Sweden and Lithuania, make a, compare it, and then will be the answer and on the question why Swedish are so advanced, why we are on sustainability issues, why we are lacking behind. So, because it's, you know, for any transition, you really need a capital and you need resources. And another story, like in Sweden, we turned a lot of to green energy already before the war crisis, not even much more before. But green certificates, carbon emissions certificates in Sweden, this cost 100 euros already 5 years before. And for everyone, investor is he challenges, okay, 100 euros I need to pay for CO2 emissions, so I need to make it different proposition, which is actually more sustainable energy solutions. That's how it works. Is if you want to change, you need to motivate businesses for change. And you need to ask what we need, what we're looking for. And for example, what I just mentioned is just one of the schedules could be possible. But maybe businesses, we don't need money, but we need maybe guarantee for this business case. Like, you know, Invega guarantees for small enterprises. Sometimes you need guarantees, sometimes you need security, sometimes you need advice. Because if you are really small, you can't hire Cicero company from Norway for your evaluating of your business. And this costs you a lot of money, yeah? If you are small. We actually hired, but small business from Chile doing services you can't do. And that's where we can apply for this consultancy. And I hear here a lot of all the bankers said, we do sustainability, we advise our businesses in cases. That's also banks we already claiming that we are advising. So let's we do the first front desk will be sustainability advisor, how we can help you to make more money. This must be a question to anyone who comes on the entrance.
Thank you, Kęstutis. We have around 10 minutes left, so we can maybe take 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Is there anything anyone would like to ask the panelists? I guess so far everyone is also very much focusing on absolute time, being a Friday afternoon. So perhaps from that perspective, I think we can start wrapping up what we've discussed today. So I think first and foremost, we have the aspect that I think sustainability is perhaps a better term to use going forwards, and it's great that that's actually the name of this particular conference, as opposed to an ESG conference. I think we've also seen today that it is something which is evolving. Now, whether it's geopolitical aspects, whether it's something else, this will actually change through time. And thirdly, in Latvian you would say 3 things, good things. I mean, Kęstutis, you also came up with a good comment here, which I think makes the case ever more for better capital markets union integration, where, let's say, fund flows, capital flows within Europe certainly go smoother without any other external barriers that might be in place now. So from my perspective, I think we've covered some very broad ground. I think we've been very fortunate to have both a Nordic and a Baltic perspective here, we're certainly doing everything we can to build the markets, and to build the markets you do need capital. So thanks again for the Banking Association. We can't do without you. Thank you also to private equity, and at the end of the day, it's also very much about excited and visionary entrepreneurs. So Kęstutis, thank you again also for your ideas. And at the end of the day, well, the most precious resource is time, and I think we're finishing around 8 minutes early. So thank you everyone for your attention, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the end of this conference, as you can guess, fourth and final panel. Before I let you go to the reception, I would like to thank the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, Vice President of the Commission. I would like to thank all the moderators and the panelists for being here with us today and discussing all these points. I took a few notes on what I consider the main issues that I will take back, and perhaps you will do the same. I certainly do not pretend that this is complete and that it addresses all the aspects, and maybe some of you will say he forgot to mention this or that. But as a non-expert in the banking world and in the financing world, I think that maybe the way I look at this is perhaps something that we say in French, néophyte might take home. ESGs and their rating are key, but what is a green economy and how do you define it? How is the taxonomy of climate classification going to be understood, or is it clear enough at the moment? What are the risks of greenwashing and false reporting? Good planning and sufficient funds are the basics to shift to a more sustainable economy. The lack of international consistency is a serious threat. The change of dimension is complex. We need to consider the efforts at different levels, globally, EU, regionally. Good examples of national efforts were given, particularly, of course, the Lithuanian strategy and action plan for sustainable finance. There seems to be a huge growing demand for green assets, but trust is essential and often missing. The rules and controls need to improve and sometimes be established. Private and public funding need to go hand in hand to make green finance and a sustainable economy a reality. What regulations, taxation shifts, and other tools will foster the efforts and maximize the returns? What are the challenges for businesses, in particular SMEs? What are the roles, or what is the role of the capital markets? Greening will not happen overnight. Transparency and transition will foster trust that will generate an intergenerational, greener and more sustainable economy, not only in the Baltics or the EU-wide, but also globally. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much. I wish you a good evening. For those who have joined us online, I would say over and out. And for those of you in the room, well, the reception is taking place right outside. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Bye.